Oh, Fairy Red's still typing. Fairy Red, you have 10 minutes. Did you set a 10-minute timer? Because I think it's been more than 10 minutes. I don't know, maybe. Or no. Yeah, you gotta. It was a 10-minute timer. Yeah, I voted for the Conservative Party of Canada. Hi, Rob. No, it didn't time itself. I'm gonna say you should probably stop now then. Welcome in. Yeah, I voted for the People's Party of Canada. I voted for the actually even farther right party. Yeah, absolutely. Dolly and Rob, welcome in. Welcome in. All right, let's get our ducks in a row. We're getting 338 open. We'll get some smart voting open.ca. We're gonna look at the CBC. I might steal some of the CBC's content. Who knows? You did 12 minutes. There you go. It's late here. Get the fuck out of here, Rob. Okay. Live track. I don't want to live track my writing. Okay. We do have. Okay, we have barely any polls coming in. We have a couple of them coming in. But so basically, let's start our do some edumacation. You guys are graduating grade 4 and you're going to grade 12 politics. I'm so conservative. But here's the thing is I love CBC. So I'm using their content. So listen, the CBC, the Conservative Party wants to defund. So here's all the writings. This one is my writing actually. No, I'm kidding. They're blank because none of the polls are reporting. Remember, Americans, we want to see green, then orange, which won't happen. Green, then orange, then red, then blue. Fleming Delta, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Listen. We don't listen. Okay, so here's the thing is it's not locked in. This is one polling. So 5 of 85 polls are reported. I should probably put liberal bias or like left-leaning bias in my title. 14, what are you rolling for, Sappy? So this is 8 of 253. This is 2 of 206. So right now, like, it's very early. Polls are barely starting. So yeah, like, this is, like, very little data. I'm actually surprised that, there's anything here. Close. Oh, what did that do? Oh, this is interesting. It shows me close races. Breakdown. I know. Bias. I know. I know. Might bring in the trolls. You're right. But hold on to your horses. There's basically no polls, like, reporting yet. It updates. Oh, perfect. Look at oh, jump scare. That was a flashbang right there. All right, we've got our smart voting. Oh, oh, hold on. I need to not show you guys my Gmail. I need to also not show YouTube my Gmail. That would be bad. Is YouTube on? Oh, Slim, you got auto-modded on YouTube. Writing these nuts, Slim, you got auto-modded on YouTube. Tiny Satan, you're first there for sure. You're first there for sure. Hi, Bacon God. Welcome in. I also, my YouTube thumbnail is like political focus, so we'll see how that goes. Okay, so now I'm not capturing my email. I have a thing I need to open. Oh, I don't know how. Big tall Jen, that's it. Damn it! You guys stop doxing me. Stop it. Hill Dragon and Dolly, big tall Jen at gmail.com. Jen is 6 feet tall. It's actually Jen is 6'5" at gmail.com. Good night, Sappy. Good night, Sappy. If I go to my Jen Frosty. Oh god, I have to request access. Okay, this is fine. I have a... Actually, I can make a copy. Make a copy. Gen. 2025. Make a copy. And then I can share it. Hold on. I'm cooking. I'm cooking with portals. Yeah, first in YouTube. Oh, wait, hold on. I just realized I have, hi. I didn't have it. Okay, restricted. Anyone? Okay, let me add jenfrosty@gmail.com. You can email that. That's in my bio. That's not doxing. That's everywhere. If you want to give me business, you can send me an email. Will I respond? Probably not. 6'5". It makes you a quarter tall. I know. I'm so tall. Let her cook at... Wait, that's actually such a good email, Dahlia. Let her cook at gmail.com. You're 6'5". No, I am 6'5". That's so funny. All right. Got it. All right, so I have this thing. There's no way that email's available. So I have this document. It's here's the writing, and we can look them up. There's notes on it, why it's to watch. Because there's actually new writings as well. Who's favored to win, what province, and the location. We've got 58 writings to watch. Hi, Alpha. Oh, have fun, Satin. No, I'm 6'7". Get the fuck out of here, Satin. That's crazy. Bye, 666. Bye, Satan. But what we can do is we can type in here, like, we want to see... So Carlton's an interesting one because it's Pierre Poilievre. This is where Mark Carney is running. This is where Jugmeat is running. Today's your birthday. Happy birthday. Dark, hi. I have a couple questions. Just for a warning, I'm unhinged. Dark, it depends on what kind of unhinged you are. Yeah, Masal, you're set. Okay, it's a height measuring contest. Masal is towering over. I'm looking for an angel, but I found you. Yeah, fair enough. I was called a devil earlier. Okay. This is 338. So this is the polling conglomerate that we've been referencing a number of times. This is the, so the Liberals are trending to have the popular vote as well. Doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to form government. Whatever I'll say is over my head. Listen, I'm sorry, but we're covering the election, the Canadian election today. But you can just sit there and look pretty if you'd like, Dark. That's a-okay. Nobody, listen. It's oh, that's not what I wanted. I was trying to go back to the homepage. We need people to sit there and look pretty. This is, yeah, Ghost in Line. This is a real live stream. What do you need me to do to prove it's real? Are you, chat? Is this reeling me right now? Okay. We need to go to... we'll open these up. Polls. You're from England? It sounds... That's your bedtime, then. Because Rob had to head out, too. Okay. So, here's where we're at. Liberals are polling at 43%. Actually, I should pull up my election... My polling... My political leanings chart as well. Is that Ghost Line? Is that, you see a lot of that on there? Which I stream on Twitch. And then I just kind of repurpose it for YouTube. I've been meaning to repurpose it for TikTok. Which one's mine? Okay. It's funny that it doesn't show me where the Bloc Québécois are. Those are great hair extensions. Stray, get the fuck out of here. YouTube is on me about my hair. YouTube is like always like, YouTube is always like, is that a wig? And they're so mean. Where's the syrup? Syrup, these nuts. Sir Duck, where... Welcome in. So this is, listen, I'm not hiding where I align politically, okay? I'm not hiding. Fellow Brit in the stream, on the YouTube stream for sure. Yeah. We got exit goodbye. Hope you have a wonderful day. Have a good week. Thanks, Dark. Thanks for popping in. I'm most aligned with the Green Party. However, as you can see, let's align it. Which one are we at? Okay. The Greens are polling at 2%. So, if there was a Green candidate in my riding, not likely to vote for, because they're not likely to listen. My bias is ABC, anything but conservative. I'm gonna be transparent about it. I don't care. So to be fair, on YouTube, you guys are just coming in. On Twitch, we've been talking about this for months. So I want my vote to go to the person that's most likely to defeat the candidate that I like the least. The NDP, unfortunately, in this last, if we go back to this one, you can see the NDP was polling at around 18 to 28%. And even here, we have the NDP and the Liberal Party polling at about the same voting intention. But Trudeau resigned, Carney was elected leader, and the NDP, unfortunately, their campaign has completely fallen flat. And honestly, I've been very disappointed by the federal NDP. Politics are not a good thing to live with. Listen, Ghost, I wish we didn't have to talk about it. Honestly, I wish we didn't. But it depends on what country you're from. To be fair, like I don't want to assume where everybody's from, but oh my god. Wait, dang. Do you guys just click the thumbnail? Cuz it's I just tried to make a funny thumbnail cuz obviously Block and the PPC aren't getting anywhere, but all right. We're refreshing. Rules are made for the weak while the rule makers save power. Honestly, that's what I'm hoping for. That's the reason why what I'm actually hoping for in this election is for a liberal minority government, because in Canada it's not like you elect one leader. It's not like a Republican versus you can have parties who work together. Like the liberal minority government that we had was working with the NDP to get things passed. And when parties have to work together, it represents more people than if it was just a singular party, right? And so I think that the best option to represent the most amount of Canadians would be a liberal minority government where they have to work with other parties to get things passed. Horsehair on your head is fluffy and looks like straight horsehair. Listen, why are you obsessed with my hair? We're talking, listen, it's real hair. It's my real hair. You can see my roots. But I wish we had that kind of composition. What do you, that compared to a two-party system compared to, I mean, we kind of have a quasi two-party system, if I'm being honest. Gordon, I did not misspeak. I did not misspeak. Man, there are bots. Look at this. This is absolutely a bot here. This notification thing? You think I'm gonna fall for that? You think I'm gonna fall for that? That's crazy. That's crazy. The thing is, I would never sell out my core beliefs for the economy. And it seems like people are selling out their core beliefs for the sake of money. Okay, so 7ham, the red party, it's flipped. So the blue party, I mean, the red party in Canada is the centrist party. They're not actually very left-leaning. The blue party is right-wing. So it's kind of flipped compared to US to American. Does it make a difference? No. I am a mind flayer. I am a mind flayer. That's true. My voting intention is just so that way I can eat brains. It's true. I have a pretty good disguise. You can't have core beliefs if your economy collapses, child. You can't have core beliefs if your name is Bing Bong. Why is your name Bing Bong on YouTube? Nobody's gonna take you seriously. I am a shapeshifter, absolutely. Is there a leftist party? Yes. So what occurs in Canada is our right-aligned parties are very condensed. It's just the Conservative Party of Canada. Our right-wing party is condensed, and our left vote is split. And so the Liberal Party is more centrist than anything. They're socially left and economically kind of in the middle. The NDP is a left-wing party. The Bloc is actually a left-wing party as well. However, they are in Quebec. They basically are only in, let's see, they're only in this province over here, which you'll see later on when the polling station starts to come in. And then the Green Party is also a left-wing party. If we want to look up here, this is where they align on the map. There you go. Liberal Party, socially progressive. It does have them economically left of center, but honestly, they're pretty centrist economically. We have the PPC, and then the Bloc is probably like here. In here. Canadians are broke. Imagine trying to feed 2 kids in your economy. I don't want to feed any children, if I'm being honest. I don't want any kids. Listen, I'm not saying that it's tough times economically, but it is tough times economically, like, worldwide. And this was prior to Trump, prior to, you know, all of the tariff shit. It is a tough time economically worldwide, and that's not due to the Liberal Party of Canada. The Liberal Party of Canada has not caused the worldwide economic instability. I come from Planet Flat Earth. Hey, you're from the... Oh my god, not the Flat Earth. They are literally referred to in this stream by Quebec guy. Yeah, so the guy is just from Quebec. I should probably put like the block on here. We can't see YouTube on this screen. Oh, you're right. Man, YouTube is I mean, I'm not surprised that YouTube is what it is, but I was hoping for a little bit more. You're right. I should probably put it on here we go. Cuz yeah, I'm going to be on this screen quite a bit, so you guys need to be able to see that I'm beefing with YouTube. There you go. How's that? Hill Dragon, I don't want them kids. Y'all need to focus. Focus on these nuts in your mouth. Listen, I'm not serious. Like, this is not serious political commentary. This is like the equivalent of I'm trying to host an election party, okay? With a little bit of my commentary. Yeah, COVID did. Exactly. Yeah, so Trudeau was red. Trudeau is from the Liberal Party. We have Mark Carney. I should probably just bring up hold on, I'm just gonna quickly bring up the thumbnail that I made. I probably should have had like an overview of the leaders. While we're doing that, actually, here's what I'll do, is I'll make a screen grab of where I would approximate the Bloc Québécois to be, politically. Here's the thumbnail if you're on YouTube. There we go. Beer is your fuel. Loose... What is going on? YouTube, you're absolutely insane. I might have to put... Can I put YouTube on slow mode? Is that a possibility? Anyways, these are the main party leaders. I did actually put Maxime Bernier in here. He probably... He didn't win his seat last time, but I just kind of thought it was funny. Like, he's over here like, hey guys, let me in. So this is the leader, this is the Quebec leader, and he literally said in the debate, I don't want to be... Oh, I'm over top of him. He literally said, I don't want to be the prime minister. This is the Green Party. They have a co-leadership, so there's two people. I'm not sure I agree with this sentiment, but they have 2 leaders. So RJ here is a perfect example of, like, he wants this guy to win, but RJ, come on. RJ, come on. always like, oh, but the economy, just keep in mind. Or, you know what I could do? Does Twitch want to see these YouTube comments? Does Twitch want to see? Oh my god. I could just like, I wonder if I could say turn chat off. You want to see? Yeah, they're kind of wild in. I'm trying to, like, you know, it's like panning for gold. It's like filtering through. It's just trying to figure out the little gold pieces. I might try to YouTube. I might go to YouTube to see them even harder. Okay, so you guys want to see? You guys want to see feral YouTube?
Of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal.
D'analyse cardinal, thanks for the follow. Not the chicken jockey. Oh my god. Oh, jeez Louise. Jeez Louise, you guys are nuts. It's all of the Americans, I swear. I can't tell. There's a Gordon and there's a Gregory and both of your... Why is everybody's username yellow? Can you see that? Yeah, you can see it on the screen. Everyone on YouTube's username is yellow and it's throwing me for a loop. Chicken Juggy. Has anybody watched the Minecraft movie? Be honest. Hi, Oak Trees. Oak Trees. You're Norwegian? Okay, Gregory. Alright. Russia. Coochie. Takuchi. What are you doing out here with all that coochie on YouTube? I don't know if you know, but this is the Canadian election. Not Russia. Minecraft movie's free, so you've seen it. I know, comment etiquette, I know. I don't know how to handle it. Oh, I do, but... They'll get bored, I think, is what will happen. And that, because here's what happens. Oak Trees, you're hi YouTube. I'm also Fizz Yellow. What happens is it pans out. Eventually, you just gotta let them settle. Tell us about yourself. Listen, you're just gonna hang out and you're gonna passively, like passive income, you're gonna passively learn about me. Because I don't really care to make a campaign speech about who I am as a person. You know what I need to do? Hold on. I've got it. I know what I'm gonna do. The problem is that these are in a different tab. And so I can't go to the YouTube and moderate it without it being shown on screen. So I'm gonna fix that. Gregory, I hate to burst your bubble. I hate to burst your bubble, but I don't think any streamer is going to... I mean, I'm not going to be the first streamer to date a chatter. That'll be it. I can't even open 4 tabs. You can you can do it. I believe in your computer. Alicia, your message is getting held for review. Okay. I can now moderate my chat. That's important. Without showing it on there. I think. Yes, okay. For Gucci Gang. This is a wilder than usual, I will say. Gregory, I'm gonna give Gregory, that's too much. There we go. I know. RJ, I'm doing my best. Okay. So these are back to the map. Back to the map. Hold on, I'll show on there. These will solidify, so these are kind of grayed out. You'll see we don't have it yet, but they'll, when the votes, when they've calculated that likely a candidate will win, it'll go bright red or bright blue. Yeah, I should just put on the beard. Honestly, should I have streamed this as Kratos? That would have maybe, like, gotten rid of the people who just want to look at me and that's it. Tell us about, oh, yeah, the mayor of Ontario, Doug Ford. Yeah, for sure. So, that's true. He is known as, like, that's not a joke. He is known as, like, the crack mayor, but he's actually the premier. So, he's, like, the leader of the province. But he's a provincial, not federal. It'd be like, if you're American, it's like a governor versus, like, there's not really much to compare it to. Oh, yeah, his brother, but Doug sold it. Yeah. Cave. I like that the people on Twitch have gone to YouTube. That's Rob. Wait, RJ. You know Rob Cleverpig? No, God. Oh, no, Rob Ford. Yeah, but they're all associated with, like, the crack. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute. You guys know Rob Cleverpig? The crack... God, we can't give YouTube we can't give a whole new group of people over to Rob. Don't tell Twitch I'm good jealous. He's still, yeah, wrong brother. Listen, they're all associated with it. Okay, so let's take a look at some interesting writings. Okay, so we're gonna look first at, Mark Carney, not elected yet. Mark Carney, his writing, I wish I should rename it. But we can go, what we can do is, these are the lists of writings to look at. Rob is a regular on Twitch, and we bully him. So this is Carney's writing. No polls are reported yet. Howdy, hi TT Wings, welcome in. Let's see. Do we have any let's see, any interesting writings? We have Newfoundland Clifford, small. Take a look at our first writing. Central Newfoundland. We have a mix of writings that are just interesting to look at versus... Oh, I have to close it. This is an interesting UI. Central Newfoundland. We have 65 polls reporting of 223, so that's what? Like a quarter? A quarter of the polls. We're trying to bully Rob on YouTube. Takuchi, I weigh 69,000 pounds. Thanks for asking. But Central Newfoundland is our first, like, main one with the polls reporting. Alaska, Gregory, is not part of Canada, so we're not going to be looking at Alaska. Oh, okay, here's our first instance. So they've already called, so you see how it's bright red instead of like a passive red? So 32 of 85 polls are reporting, but what is going on here is they've calculated the ratio of the reporting. This is probably no surprise here. If we go to smart voting, we go to, let's see, this federal projections. If we go to Labrador, this was the polling data. This was the polling data for Labrador. No big surprise there. So they've called it. Coochie, I can't believe I'm calling you Coochie. It's fine. Listen, this isn't America. Called seat. Our first called seat of the evening, I believe. Latest calls. There you go. It's our very first called seat of the evening. So, it's the ratio... They've done the... They do math, they do calculations, and they're like, okay. They're seeing the votes come in. Now, it'll be interesting to see how it settles. We don't have, like, a polling by polling station. So, like, when we go to, like, in a lot of the, American poll, like, maps and stuff like that, you can kind of zoom in on each district. We don't really have that. I'm just gonna start open banning. I was gonna say a bad word. I'm just gonna start open. I'm just gonna, if the vibe's off, I'm instantly banning. They should say make weed illegal in Canada for this PM. What are you talking about? YouTube got you auto-modded? Let me look. Which one are you auto-modded on? I do have my mod settings high, but yet... Oh my god! Where did you get auto-modded, Gabe? Riz, I can't see. Is it just your username? Tariff is a bad word. You can say tariff. Is Alberta leaving Canada? Donald Hill, no. I mean, legally, they don't have the right to do so, but we'll see. We'll see. Welcome back, Bing Bong. Is this you? Hold on. What's it called? With Riley, Inside Out. This you? Oh my god, I'm this youing. Bing Bong, you're trying to tone police this you? This you? You said a YouTube name and you got automated. I don't even, the thing is, I don't even see Riz. I don't even see your name in there. Anyways, RJ, I'm not sure where you're getting your reporting, but I'm gonna stick with the CBC if I'm being honest. We can be polymappist, I guess, and double check and see. We can look at other polling websites if we're interested, but I kind of wanted to look at CBC. I kind of wanted to look at the CBC. Yeah, it's not there. I'm on here. It updates. Oh, you mean here, total. So it doesn't really count until it makes it to this category, in the elected category. It doesn't really count until it gets there. Yeah, I'm on the CBC News, but the thing is, I'm keeping an eye until it goes dark red. Ew! Somebody who doesn't know how to do personal hygiene. Hi, Chris. Welcome in. Goodbye, Chris. Goodbye, Gregory. Gregory, we're saying goodbye. You need to sashay away. I don't like it. I listen. I'm not tolerating anything. And you guys can Twitch chat, can you see when I'm banning people? I don't think you can. I wish I could. I wish it would show the event in the chat. I'm swinging the ban hammer, but you just see them disappear. I wish it like did an announcement. Remember when I had an announcement on Twitch when people got banned? We could probably turn something like that back on because Seribot doesn't ban people anymore. Like it does, it just blocks them. So we could do a breaking news, not for this, but I would love a chat message when I've timed someone out. I love to name and shame. Ooh, you guys are, YouTube's a little bit scared. All right. Listen, I'm just not here for the trolling. I can't interpret it. Shook it, I know, they're like, wait a minute. They're a little quiet now. They're a little quiet now. Oh! R.I.P. Shookard. You're not saying unban him? Okay. This one goes out to the homies that just got banned. This one goes out to the homies that just got banned. Little tater tot, you're just a little guy, Slim. R.I.P. in peace. I wish I had control over it. Damn. I wish there was somebody who could do something. I don't know what. You know what? I'm gonna time this guy out too. There you go. They're all banned. I feel stupid when people are trolling because I can't tell if it's troll. Well, see, here's what the problem is, Oak Trees. Is that, like, when it's all of it all at once, my brain is interpreting them all as trolls. You know what I mean? So it's tough to tell, and I just don't feel like filtering it out. I'll stand for the Canadian National Anthem by Celine Dion. Absolutely. We don't... It's not Drake. That's for damn sure. Okay. I feel a little bit better now that I've got my first bands out of the way. So this is the federal projections of seat by seat basis. It's very neck and neck in BC. But typically these provinces often go entirely blue. Can I see, let's see, riding roulette. I don't want to do that. I want to see like last ridings. Wife's watching The Voice. Hey, you know what? That's the greenest flag we've seen all night. Alicia, I don't think, you don't even know me yet. You don't even know me yet. Don't lie to me, Alicia. Don't lie. Please don't spam. It was a chunk, has to be on purpose, troll bots or something? Yeah, but, yeah, maybe. I don't know. They seem to be responding to what I said, but I'm not sure. Do you think that they were bots? Okay. The island seats, we might even not be able to see, like, sometimes the election, the results get called well before we even get these polls fully reporting because of time zones and stuff like that. So our polls are still open. I think it's open till 8. Yeah, our polls over here are still open for another 3 hours. RJ? Alicia, if you don't, Alicia, I appreciate the love. But can you say anything else? Say popcorn, Alicia. Alicia, type the word popcorn. Type the word popcorn. Type it. Type it. Type popcorn. I just picked a random word. Type popcorn. Well, not on YouTube. Uh-oh. Alicia, type popcorn. You can do it, Alicia. I know, Alicia loves me for some reason. I'm just trying to get her to say popcorn. Yeah, rolling orange. She very clearly. Honey. Oh, she typed popcorn! There we go. Okay, listen, Alicia, I appreciate your attention, but let's focus on... Hey, we got popcorn! We got popcorn! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! We got a popcorn. Alicia, listen, lock in. I appreciate your attention, but we're gonna focus and not spam the chat, okay? Now get the popcorn. I am gonna have to take a break, to get, food. Not the chicken jockey! Oh my god, what are you, 10? Oh my god. Oh my god, can we get... Remember, throwback to who said it? Skibbity Toilet? Can we get some Skibbity Toilets in chat? Not toilet, toilet. How was your amazing Skibbity day? Live, laugh, Skibbity? Oh my god. Oh my god. Y'all are wild. You're a lag on YouTube video, to be honest. That's okay. I don't mind. You're 18. Well, act like it. Alicia, act like it. Act like it. You don't spam I love you in someone's chat. That's like 10-year-old behavior. Not the chicken jockey. Get it the fuck together. Oh, you guys are nuts. Update, yeah, it updates, so it auto updates up here. The page refreshes, so I don't actually have, we could do it, we could do a manual refresh, but I don't really have to do that. Yeah, 12 minutes, it called it. Hell yeah, okay, I'm glad I'm teaching positive behavior, okay? We can also tune into the, if we want to listen in, not to me, we can listen into the coverage, but that's fine. God, I love that they have dark mode. Do you guys want to look at other... I like how it's presented. It's totally fine, but... Yeah, love bombing's not bad. Today's the teaching day, apparently. We're teaching YouTube. Listen, we gotta teach empathy and positive behaviors somehow, okay? Alright, let's look at another... So, another interesting writing. It won't... Like, we will not get polling results from this location until, like, after 8 p.m. We're gonna be hanging out pretty late, chat. That's why I'm gonna mean... Well, I mean, until they call it, I guess. We're gonna take a look at Burnaby Central. This is Jugmeat's riding. This is the leader. This is this guy. They're polling pretty low. And he's actually, it's what we're curious if he's gonna even win his seat. The riding is pretty split. We can look at smart voting. We can look at Burnaby. Is it Burnaby Central? So he's in 3rd place in his riding. This is using polling data. And it would be pretty rough if the leader of the party loses his seats. You have a cute voice, thank you. That's an appropriate first level compliment. Yeah, I love you, buddy, bro, buddy, old pal. It's gonna be a few hours until there's solid information. Well, it starts filtering in. It starts filtering in, and I wanted to start. I wanted to start as they were coming in. But Burnaby Central, it's gonna be interesting. This is where the polling data is for Burnaby Central. It would be kind of crazy if Jugmeat lost his seat, but to be honest, the NDP has been very disappointing. What's going on? Is Canada? Is Canada, yes, succulent, sorry. I can pronounce my own country's name. Canada is having an election, absolutely. I know, Shaker Jeans! Canada, Pierre might not win his own seat. So we've got that on the list as well of Carleton to watch. I know, like, even if Jugmeat wins his seat, like, I don't think he's gonna win his seat, if I'm being honest. Canada land, exactly, Marine land. Even if he was to win his seat, he'd be the NDP was positioned not to necessarily, like, they could have had, I don't know how to describe it other than when they are at this point, this was a very crucial time, right? Right before Trudeau resigned, the NDP had the opportunity to overtake the Liberal Party, and they just absolutely whiffed it. Where am I from? I'm from Canada, and that's all I'm willing to tell you, Alicia, because you came in here really hard telling me some strong words of affection, and I'm not sure I want to tell you where I live. That seems pretty crazy. Anyways. Interesting writing. We're probably not gonna we're not gonna see this map start to take color until, like, past 8 p.m. The other riding, I actually don't know Yves. Can I search that? Candidate. Man, this is great. Look it! This is great. Okay, so this is the French guy's riding. This is the French guy's riding. I didn't put this isn't on the list. Also, this list was made by a friend of mine. Nope, that's Burnaby Central. There we go. Alright, so Ease is pretty safe at winning his seat for sure. Am I coding? East or West? Not telling you. You can do research on North Korea election? No. No, we're locking in, chat. YouTube, lock the fuck in. We're looking at Canada, okay? Stop talking about Russia. But you've been there before, Shaker Jeans. Welcome in. Also, welcome in to anyone on Twitch. If you're first time here, YouTube. Listen, I'm trying to wrangle YouTube. I'm trying to wrangle you. Slim, you got auto-modded. I'm allowing it, Slim. I'm allowing. What do you mean? I live in your house. I'm begging your mom, Alicia Color Pampa. Welcome in. I don't. That feels like your name feels like. It could be a trick. I'm not sure. Should I do a vote if we should ban Alicia? We are talking about, you know, elections and stuff like that. Here, let me put this in here. Insert one row below. Sure, we'll put it above. That's fine. Thoughts, comments, questions, concerns. Should we put it to a poll? Are they trolling a good amount or too much? I know, I should probably mod them. I'm the executive brand. Listen, no. It's a democracy on Twitch. It's a democracy. I run a democratic institution on Twitch, but it's an absolute authoritarian regime on YouTube. But I'm willing to hear the calls of the people on Twitch. I know, if I told you where I lived, I'd dox your mom. Exactly. Exactly. Thanks, chat. I'm absolutely creating a two-tiered system. Absolutely. Absolutely. I've always said Twitch is my favorite child, so. Honestly, YouTube, I know! Yeah, it's true. YouTube is just, unfortunately, YouTube is a Twitch colony. The only problem is, I do have more followers on YouTube than I do on Twitch. I don't know what that says about me, but listen. Listen. You know what? I do like to keep a troll around. That's why I have, Rob, Gus, and the like. But I need, like, a troll that can be within the bounds, right? A troll that I can control. And I'm not sure if Alicia is that troll today. Gams? Welcome in. Hello. Alright, so Eves is absolutely gonna win a seat. Honestly, it's funny because after the federal debate, there's a lot of sentiment in Canada. Oh, another called riding. Probably no surprise there. 20. They called it at 20. That's crazy. But let's check. Let's check. Oh. Bye, Alicia! Listen, I couldn't... The problem is, another thing with YouTube is it all looks the same. All the usernames, so I kind of blend the comments together unintentionally. Hello, can you bring this writing up? Thank you, though. Shaker Jeans, I appreciate that. What am I looking for? Wait, why am I looking up this writing? Hang on a second. What riding was I looking up and why? Oh, the one that just got called. New Brunswick. Okay. Bathurst. Okay. So, no surprise there. We don't have to look at that one. Gordon, yeah, listen. It's hard to find a rational-minded one that doesn't just resort to trolling comments. The problem is, all the names, like, the names and the YouTube people, they all tend to blend together. So it's a hard time to understand. For me, my brain has a hard time, like, registering, like, who's saying what. Alright. I'm gonna make... Slim says make the executive decision. Listen. I'm deciding. Goodbye, Alicia. Bye, Felicia. Ugh. YouTube chatters got raised in the YouTube comment section, which are always dumpster fire bots and rage bait trolls. It's interesting that... I'm glad. The popcorn moment was funny. Oh, sevens. Hold on, I do have a YouTube video for this. If I go back to my YouTube studio. I don't mind showing you the back end of YouTube, it's fine. Automod stole your... Oh wait, on Twitch? Oh my god! Damn, that's a crazy word there. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? What am I looking for? I'm looking for... I know what I'm looking for. There, this one. We'll keep this... I'll keep this open. From District 69. Bye, Felicia. I'll keep that open. We'll keep it ready to go. We'll keep it ready to go, okay? Oh, we have another called writing. So these ones are all like, oh, that one's interesting. Okay, we've got Avalon. Ooh. These are all probably no surprises there type writings. Yeah, so the Liberal Party has over 60%. No surprise there. District 69. RIP, we have our first called riding for the Conservatives. Central Newfoundland. Boo! Listen, I'm not hiding my bias. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so what's interesting here, obviously there's still a lot of polls report, but this wasn't even close, you guys. This is our first, like, bit of a red flag. No, well, not a red flag, a blue flag, I guess. This is striking me as a little bit of a... What's happening? Head off for nom noms, have fun wrangling YouTube. I'm figuring out the pacing of what I want. We'll see how when all of the polls settle. However, the Conservative was the incumbent for sure. So but it was polling that the Liberal Party was higher. So trolls on both sides are the most spoken. Yeah. I mean, like, to be fair, I'm obviously not trying to hide my bias, but like, I don't know. When I've experienced trolls, for the most part, it's always like something sexual or just all that kind of stuff. It's interesting to experience, like, I don't think I've had like a really, I don't know what the go-to trolling is for a left-wing troll. Because I don't really experience it. Fairy, if you come back, you come back. If you don't, that's a-okay too. Wait, hold on. I need to also, my food. Oh, I got a call. Ooh. Okay. Food's done. At some point, I'm going to get up to get food. Gam, we are looking at the Canadian election. Left-wing trolls, are they, Hill? Are they? I think maybe, like, if they're under, like, 15. It's just that they're acting like a child. But this is the first one where I'm no, I'm not from America, Odin. I'm Canadian. Welcome in. This is the first one I'm like, okay. Our polling data was interesting. For Central Newfoundland. But then again, we don't know how close it's gonna be. We don't know if this is the actual differential. We'll wait until all of the polls come in. But they've called it for Conservatives. If we go to what did I want to look at here? Oh, I wanted to go to 338. I am from Canada. Verifying I'm human. I am human. I am human. So, the difference between smart voting and... So, okay. I'm referencing... This is 338, although it's 343. There's 343 seats. 338 is a polling conglomerate, okay? They, we can look at writings this way as well. So they take... If I go here... Which one is it? Projections? So they take all of the polls and they make a conglomerate of them. They like weight it and they average it, and this is just like mashing all the polls together. Smart voting is a little bit different. It's a tool developed for the ABC method, anything but conservative. Because if we're looking at previous election history, typically over 60% of Canada votes for a left-wing party. But the Conservatives can get a majority government with only 39 to 40% of the vote. So the idea behind smart voting is to, at least for this election, to strategically vote the anything but conservative. And that is my bias. I'm not hiding it. Smart voting, they did their own projections. They use a mixture of the 338 polling data, polling conglomerate, and they did their own weighting system. And they basically factor in incumbency. So the incumbent has a natural advantage in the riding. And it's measurable. And so smart voting is a little bit different. Smart voting has a different projection than 338. Born in France. What is this all graphic about? Odin, this is the Canadian election. Welcome in. We are going over the Canadian election. We all learn French in school. We do. Tends to be fairly minimal basic French unless we're from Quebec or French Ontario. So I did up to grade 12, but I really haven't had the ability to practice my French, so I've completely lost it. Yeah, stay under the bridge. Doesn't matter what side you're trolling, it's just a waste of time and energy. And I feel like there's times I like to entertain fighting with trolls, and right now is not really one of those times, if I'm being honest. My camera's being a little bit weird about focus. Come on, autofocus. There we go. Another minority government, one way or another. Gordon, I really do, I don't mind a minority government because that means the parties have, if the parties have to work together, by that very nature, they are representing more Canadians. And so what I would love to see, we don't have a majority government, the Conservatives break off into a, like, kind of like a socially conservative party, and then just a fiscally conservative party, right? That doesn't really care about the social aspects, and the social aspects, like, I am fundamentally opposed to a conservative party. But then also, I'd love it if the Liberal Party split off to, like, a little bit more of, like, because they're kind of, this Liberal Party is kind of holding leftists hostage, because we don't want the Conservative Party, so we have to vote for the centrist party. So if the Liberal and the Conservative Party were to break off into two factions each, so instead of two parties each, we had four, and then always just minority governments where they have to work together to pass legislation, would be ideal. Or ranked choice voting, so we didn't have first past the poll. Someone donate this girl some cat ears? Listen, I almost did get the headphones with the cat ears, but then I didn't. But listen, I'm not like a cat girl, as in I want to dress up like a cat. I just want to be the cat girl that JD Vance talks about. I'm her. I'm a crazy cat lady. Looks like we've got some more called liberal ridings. That is interesting about that one riding there so far. Please stop. Please. Okay. I'll focus in. Well, can you not? Can you stay? I just wanted to look at the red one. We looked at, listen, let's see. We looked at Avalon. We looked at that one. Monsieur Dominic LeBlanc. My state banned ranked choice voting by putting it in a fake motion that said illegal aliens can't... Wait. How did they ban ranked choice voting? We don't have ranked choice voting, I should say. I wish we did. I don't know how to pronounce that. Okay, there's no question there who is winning. Not a single doubt. Let's take a look at where they're lining up. That's a lot closer, although only 20 of the 221 polls are reported. Again. But they've called it. Cape Spear! That's one we haven't looked at yet. I'm curious to hear what they're saying. 63-23. Again, these are very small ridings. You can see by, like, the population number, like, look at how many votes are in. They're very small ridings. Oh, it updated. 80 polls, 64-27. Okay. Interesting. 6.4. They were at 9%. You like the music? Okay. Yeah, it's bardcore. It's nice in the background, hey? So, I mean... Oh! We just had a flip. Alright, let's take a look. I'm honestly... this is very early numbers, but the very early numbers are not looking great, if I'm being honest. They were allowed to vote before? No. I trust Hill Dragging and Cave to have unmoderated comments. Long Range Mountains. That's so funny. The riding is called Long Range Mountains. Ooh. That's fascinating. I'm gonna be honest, the early numbers are not looking great. Here, let's look at the, so here, where is it? What was I looking for? Keep in mind, 2 months ago, we were looking at a absolute, 2 months ago, we were looking at a conservative supermajority. So, a conservative, if somebody told me, like, that the possibility was that just a conservative minority government, I would be very happy. Aren't great for someone. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you know what? Opposed to short-range mountains. Listen, I don't care what color these are my natural eyes, and I really don't care. Hold on. Okay, so I'm looking for... this. How do I not put it in this graph format? So plurality means the minority government, when I was talking about. So 65%, this was like the stats were 65% likely majority government, 20% minority government. There's a 1% chance of a conservative majority government and a 13% chance of a conservative minority government. Go do chores, absolutely. Good on ya, Riz, for doing those chores. But these two ridings are very interesting to see how it's shaping up. Again, all of the polls haven't reported, so it could be that it's still called for the conservatives. However, you know, it could be the more urban areas are not reporting in. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Who is this Robbie Coles? It's not normally... No, so IND means independent. We do have independents run. But I know they hedge a little to the left, but from the two conservative ridings we've seen, and even the conservative, even the liberal ridings that they've held on to, you know, I mean, we experienced this we didn't experience this, but we saw this in the US election, to some capacity. The party in power always exploits it. I doubt they ever will. So, Gordon, what I would hope for... I was hoping Trudeau would have changed the electoral system from first past the post to some form of, like, ranked choice or the like. So, this is our version of... What's the US election where it's like they need a certain number? It could be, it's entirely possible that there's not enough seats for a majority government. And so if no party hits this line, we still have a government. It's just like you have to work together. The most seated typically party will run. Green Party slogan: vote for Josh. He has a dick in his net. There you go. Good fucking time. Majority electoral seats for, well, we call them seats, but what is it called in the US? Each area on the map is one seat. Exactly. So, unfortunately, this map system, we can't, like, zoom in to see how each area is voting. We could try and look at some other seats as well. Or some other polling stuff. But, yeah, so each one of these areas is one seat. One seat. And then, like, you can see, like, if we go into the urban... To be fair, we haven't hit urban Ontario. I'm very curious about how urban Ontario is gonna go. The seat works for us? Yeah. So you can see, like, in here, look at all these... These are tiny little ridings when you zoom out, right? But population votes, not land. Alright, let's shop around a little bit. So this is a CBC. I like it. It's perfectly fine. I really like that you can search in candidate or riding. We have a conservative hold somewhere else. This one. Quebec. That's not even close either. 30. Long Range Mountains is such a funny riding name. Quebec. It's interesting how it doesn't come up. Okay, so that one was not in the running at all. Let's see, even this one. This one was polling at 56, and it's coming in at the moment at 62. What is a riding? A riding is like one seat. One seat. Is riding these nuts, Hildred? But it's one riding equals one seat. One seat. Okay, let's look at, so this is CBC. This is our Canadian news. Hold on. I thought I saw a block reporting in. The block is leading and one riding. There you go. Oh yeah, that's the French riding for sure. There's a seat and then there's all the people they're riding. Let's go. What's it? Knee deep in the passenger seat. Okay, let's take a look at let's just look up vote map and see what comes up. We can compare and contrast. Elections Canada will not. Oh, Toronto Star is definitely a we'll see. Okay. Let's take a look at different maps. This is just coverage. Click here to listen. This is just projections at the moment. Oh, this is a terrible map. I hate this. Okay, goodbye, City News. I hated that. Oh, I like this up here, but I don't like that it does not have dark mode. I do like the display. The display is kind of nice. We can keep them both open. We can find a riding. We can't search by name. We'll keep them both open. I don't like the National Post. I do like that this one has a 2021. You're gonna see BC, there's gonna be, like, the NDP is gonna lose so much. Like, the NDP is gonna lose so many seats in British Columbia. Oh, this is interesting. I kind of like that it has the battlegrounds. Dang, I like different elements of each one. Okay, we're gonna keep them all open. National D's Nuts Party. Me with no dark mode, right? I have, like, a setting on my computer that enforces dark mode when it can. Like, it forces dark mode. Alright, we'll keep them all open, I guess. I still, that's why I had the CBC one open, is because that was my preference. Because obviously dark mode. I do like this. I mean, there's this breakdown, but the only thing I like about this one is the breakdown of this one. But so far, so we've had one conservative flip. Why are we starting World War III, Benja? You get one response. Are we back? I've stopped. I clicked stop stream. If you're hearing me right now, press 1. Okay, so YouTube is hearing me. I just did a fresh restart. How's that? Okay, we've refreshed. Refresh chat. Twitch, we're back, reload. Okay, so you know what's so funny? You guys were like, we're back. And I was just like, I had already pressed end stream. And you guys were like, we're back. And I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm gonna close the other tabs, if I'm being honest. I'm like, I'm gonna shut down some of the other tabs that we're not using. We'll dial it back. We'll do conservative tab management. How about that? What is this? Oh yeah, the cannon sound. Excuse me, the cannon sound. Hit that refresh. There you go. Connection's excellent. Okay, I think I literally turned my Wi-Fi on and off. So. It had paused when you ended and started playing the buffered section. Yeah, up until it actually crashed, yeah. Listen, everybody knock on wood. Knock on wood, okay? Alright, well, we reconnected. I didn't technically end the YouTube stream, so that's fine. Pause and buffered. You need a soundboard? I mean, I have a Stream Deck. I do have some buttons, but I don't think you'd like what's there. I don't think you'd like what's on my Stream Deck. Do you want to know? Wood knock. Let's go. All right. Let's hit a little refresh. I am using a lot of internet tabs, and then also, like, I'm not the only one on this network, and it is everybody. I could hear people come home upstairs, so I nuked the stream for the good of Twitch. Listen, if it comes down to it, I will sacrifice Twitch. I will sacrifice YouTube. I'll sacrifice YouTube for Twitch. If it comes down to it. Would you rather watch a tree grow? No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Darth, you're crazy. Goodbye, Darth. Bye-bye, Darth. I'm not falling for it. I said tree grow. But then I kept reading and I didn't say it. Freaking Wilden. Alright, so far we only have one flip. The long-range mountains have flipped over. Tree. But oh yeah, you're right. Goodbye! Goodbye, Darth! Goodbye! Another one bites the dust. So here's an example. The federal projections had the Liberals winning all of Newfoundland. The federal projections had every single riding here. And we're seeing a lot of blue. So, because the thing is, we haven't swept through the bluest part of the country yet. I know, the Hunger Games sound. They inverted the long... I know! No, they're upside down mountains now. They're upside down. So... Honestly... I'm starting to be... I was saying it earlier, but I am starting to be a little bit worried. Also, like, so the worst case scenario, in my opinion, my biases here is the conservative majority. It feels weird saying that as an American, I know. So right now you're rooting for the red. I mean, I would be rooting for green and orange, but as you can see, we're kind of in a two-party system at the moment. Alright, what time is it? 5:48? I'm kind of thinking about getting my food bowl. I'm Jen streaming. What are you doing, Hilldragon? How many lie to pollsters? It's curious, because the thing about 338 specifically is that it's like it's different polls, right? 338 itself is not a poll. It doesn't do any polling. What it does do... I'm opening tabs. I'm causing problems. Oh, you're on both YouTube and Twitch. Got you. Okay, hang on. Where is it? We were looking at it before. Polls. Here we go. So, there's different polling firms, right? And they also give them ratings about how accurate they are. And as you can see, like, it's interesting. I don't know, man. I don't know. To be fair, normally they're pretty safe at calling them. Yeah. Jen's streaming? Listen, don't give me a heart attack that I'm not streaming, okay? Andy! Welcome in, Andy, by the way. Hi. 50 left, 50 right, see if they actually work together. Nothing gets done. I would rather nothing get done than the worst happening, if that makes sense. But when we start to get into Ontario, we'll have to start listening to some coverage because we're gonna want to hear. So on so I don't know if you have this in the US, but our politicians, typically the day of the election, like when in the evening they'll give concession speeches, and so I'll want to listen to everyone's concession speech. Man, I'm a little bit nervous. I'm gonna send a message to my friend. I know. Nothing is better than the worst. What I will say is there's only one flip. What I will say is that it's just these were projected to flip and haven't. So the one good thing, if we're looking for a silver lining, is that people were thinking they were gonna flip. The downside is looking at the rest of these numbers hold the rest of the way. I know. Wait, are we getting rated? All the nervous Canadians say, "Ayo, oh no, am I lagged? I didn't get a notification. Oh no, you're getting, oh no, hello, Super Kaylin." Oh, we're hella nervous. I'm not trying to cause problems. We are hella nervous. I think I need to refresh my mix it up. Hello, welcome in. Super Kaylin, welcome in. Super cool, Super Kaylin, Cowardly Sloth, Ace, Carrot, Gardamus, Ruby Roo. We need this influx of Twitch viewers, if I'm not lying, because I am streaming on YouTube. Get raided, son. I know. I am streaming on YouTube, and we have hooligans over there. Hi, welcome in. We're so nervous. Listen. So I've been talking about the Canadian election for the last, like, month to 2 months. And while it's not... have you been watching the ridings come in? And obviously, any Canadians in chat, it sounds like we've been voting. Super Caitlin, we've been voting. Oh my gosh, you have multi-streamer. We multi-streaming on YouTube. Listen, we have this ready because I ban someone like every 5 minutes on YouTube. So we have the cannons ready to fire. Because I'm not putting up with any shit. We had an eye on the results. So far, I mean, so here's the thing. We've had one riding flip from Liberal to Conservative, and none of the ridings that were projected to flip have flipped. Liberal. Because obviously we have the polling date, we have 338. I have smart voting. I don't know if any Canadians have heard of smart voting. Smart voting is an ABC mentality, anything but conservative. And you're just supposed to vote for the candidate that has the most likely chance of defeating the conservative. The Renaissance, I know, bad guy. I know. Listen, I need something in the background. I do love Bardcore, but listen, TR Carter, you haven't done too much hooliganry, but let me tell you what, I did check smart voting. Let's go, Cowardly Sloth. Welcome in. Is it still pinned? Is my pinned message still okay? It's not. I stream Baldur's Gate 3 with an eye tracker, and then also talk about federal politics when I am stressed. So welcome in. If you need a place to just be stressed, grab a drink. I've got your drink of choice. I've got coffee, I've got matcha, I've got Canadian-made soda, and I've got tap water. Canadian-made tap water. I've got my blanket. If you need somewhere to strap in. I think I have, fairly... how do I say this? I've got a finger on the pulse, as it were. So if I'm not saying I'm a political expert, but I feel connected in. This is my spreadsheet. I didn't make this, a friend of mine did. Canadian soda, yeah, it's Canadian made. I'm looking to heal through you all, not experience shared trauma. Listen. I said it, my chat can attest. I said it when these two writings came in. I was like, you guys, it's not looking great. I was like, you guys, that's hopefully not foreboding, but I'm hoping to see some change. I also learned today about the Mary Jane party, and there's the Rhino party. I mean, if it was my ideal, this map would be. It would be nice if we could vote for who we wanted. My riding is pretty safe. Like, I mean, oh, that is so much closer than projected. Yeah, there's the Rhino party. You call Canada Dry because you live there? I actually don't know why it's called Dry. But, yeah, welcome in. I'm just about to get my dinner, and we're gonna sit here and watch this map happen, but, you know what? Yeah, all green. That's what I'm hoping for, Slim. That's what I'm hoping for. I was watching, there's a TikTok that I saw. It's just like, some people are hoping for a blue wave. Some people are hoping for a red wave. I'm hoping for, and then you scroll, and it's ease. And it's like, Quebec. It's like, Quebec block, and it's like, and what the TikTok was like, all of the seats. 343 for block. The block Quebec law. I'm like, okay. Block majority! Honestly, I love it. Honestly, in my opinion, he performed quite well in the debates, but he's like literally like, I don't want to be prime minister, obviously, because he's only for Quebec. Bloc majoritaire, exactly. But the Rhino stands for Republican name in the US. Rhino stands for Republican in name only. Riding is a dead conservative riding, yeah. So mine is like, mine's a liberal stronghold. It's like, I think the Liberal Party had like 60%. But we'll see. We'll see. Honestly, the worst case scenario, in my opinion, is again, the polling data, when we're comparing it to 338 and smart voting, the conservatives are performing a lot better than the polling showed. Now I already went in with the idea that like it was liberal leaning. If I go to projections, Zane, that tells me you've never been to Alberta before. That tells me you've never been to Alberta before. So, honestly, a conservative minority government, I know it sounds terrifying, but that's not the worst case scenario. Obviously, because it's a majority. But the Conservative Party is not going to be able to get anything done because they don't have anybody to work with. It's kind of ugly. Cost of living is the only nice part. Exactly. Exactly. If everybody did smart voting, conservative would probably win that in your riding. In your riding. I mean, there's been critiques of the smart voting website, and there's been other pages that have cropped up. But the idea is that like the majority, like obviously here in this riding, there wasn't much of a chance. This was like an incumbent conservative stronghold. But in ridings that it does matter, let me show you the perfect example. If we go to Nanaimo Ladysmith, this is why we need strategic voting. Okay? This is why we need strategic voting. The incumbent is the NDP, is this party here. Remember, these three parties are all left-leaning parties. This is my political compass. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's a couple answers. I don't want to get into it with Quebec, but I disagree with the bill about religious iconography on public servants. Anyway, that was the question that brought me down. But that being said, the block is probably about right here. And so if you look at this thing here and you compare it and contrast to this, I also like the data presentation of smart voting. The NDP, the Green, and the Liberal Party are all in the progressive and left quadrant to some degree. And so these three parties are representing over, what is that, 67% of the vote. They couldn't get 2 more percent to be 69. Nice. But here we have the conservative candidate, and this is the PPC. Obviously, the PPC party. Pierre Poilievre should have gone for the PPC party, but they have 2% down here, right? So you have a candidate representing essentially 36% of the population. And so this is the best, this is my example of like, we need strategic voting. Yours looks pretty similar. Exactly. Yeah, polls have been undercounting cons reps historically in the last few rounds. We'll see how it goes. I live in the States, but I take vacations. I don't know about you, but we need to take... Listen! He's gone! You can't even spell his name, Zane! Okay, Zane, let's do the bot test. Zane, say popcorn. We did this earlier. Zane, say popcorn. Say popcorn, Zane. He's gone, Zane, yeah, he's gone. Popcorn. We're doing a bot. Okay, so Zane, I don't know if that works, but that broke someone out of spamming chat. Okay, Zane, he's gone. So the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada, this guy, 10 years ago, he would have been a candidate for the Blue Party. Like, this man is like the definition of socially liberal and fiscally conservative. That is. You look him up in the dictionary and you look up socially liberal and fiscally conservative, and I'm pretty sure Mark Carney pops up in the dictionary. So he would have been running for a conservative party probably 10, maybe 12 years ago. But the social conservatism that is plaguing not just like North America is influencing the conservative parties across the world. I could rant about it. Potato, listen to this, Potato. All right, can you say popcorn? Listen to this. I call him Treasure because I can't spell his name. Treasure? I mean, yeah. You know what, Tree Do? Listen, you can just say anything with T and at the end O. It sounds like it. The bloc shouldn't be running federally. They don't run candidates anywhere but Quebec. But the problem is they get a substantial amount of the vote, right? I mean, like, it's frustrating because they are the bloc are a left-leaning party. Was conservative for the last 15 years, shifting, I know, the Overton window, melting to the right. Exactly. So Carney is literally, like, it's wild to me that the conservatives don't like him. Do we have any more? Let me refresh. Do we have any more flips? No. Not yet. But that's a call. Only because they're allowed to run. I mean, like, but the RJ, the problem is that they are representing and they are getting elected, meaning that is, like, what people want in Quebec. And here's the thing, is I really liked him in the federal debates, but they don't field candidates outside of Quebec. Right now, everybody's like, I want popcorn. And it's crazy to me because they've made this cult of personality around PP. We don't like Carney because he's hiding his investment, doing most embarrassing in America. There's a good chance he won't do that. He won't do what's best for Canada? I don't think that that's the case. Like, I think that he... I mean, to be fair, I've never voted for the Liberal... I'm seeing one the debate, hands down. I think that the problem, Slim, that was translating is, like, the minor intricacies of, like, what they've done. They talk the talk, the NDP, but they haven't been backing up their words with action. I think that, like, the problem is with Pierre Poilievre is he's in lockstep. His policies are in lockstep with the populist, like, conservative movement. And so he's not going to do what he needs to do to stand up to Trump. I mean, if it isn't, let me finish. That's not true. Let me finish. The thing I liked about Singh was, the thing I liked about, him was that he, like, his jabs were pretty funny, in my opinion. We've got, like, no surprises here. That's the incumbent. What's the CFP? That's funny, beating out the PPC. Where's, hold on, what's his name? We'll see. We'll see. Kind of want him to get his seat back. I hope I'm wrong. Just in case to get a majority, I'm putting all my money in Brooksfield. What is that? What? Yeah, rage baiting, exactly. He's just... Like, when he was referring to biological clocks, my skin crawled. I don't know if I let them pass on. Ooh. Pigeon. It'd be interesting to see the block, like, 2 months ago, the block was if I go to the graph, the block was set up to be the official opposition, which is pretty wild. Oh, we're just in Quebec. Hold on. Let's go back to all of Canada. I find the block frustrating. However, we have to acknowledge that that is representing a large demographic of Quebec. And so what is the block other than, you know, separatism? What am I looking for? I'm looking for the overall graphs. He's not a chill guy. Why is it the least chill people find solace in PP? That's an ad. See predictions. Hold on. I keep going to the same place. Polls. There we go. But yeah, this is the most obvious case, I think, of vote split. It'll be interesting to see what happens in Nanaimo, but I think that, like, the Conservative Party is going to pick up so many seats on Vancouver Island. And I was saying that before the polling came in. Have I watched any speech? I have. I had a hard time watching carnies. I mean, like, I have watched one whole speech, and that was about it. And then catching snippets of it. The problem is, I don't know what has... So you tell me, Gordon, what is it about Pierre, in your opinion, that attracts the most loud and obnoxious... What... I'm not saying the whole party of the Conservative Party, but my example is this, and this is just a personal experience, was 2 days ago, I was out, and there was about 40 people, I would say, who took over the corner of an intersection where I live, took over the four corners, and they were just driving trucks, decorated trucks, through the neighborhood. And keep in mind, in my riding, the Liberal candidate is polling north of 60%. I don't, and this wasn't at a official rally, and the harassment that they were doling out. This is like my personal experience that I walked through. Was astounding, and that level of politics and extremism isn't really normal in Canada in terms of, like, this, like, fervor, this political fervor. So what is it about Pierre, if he's just a chill guy, is attracting that type of a voter? How about that? I am curious to hear individual people's opinion, because if he is just a chill guy, why is that happening? I hear Pierre, and I think of the elder Trudeau. The thing is, he just... The problem with the speeches that the whole speech I saw, and then, like, I would watch the speeches in 2-minute segments, is it's just lost Liberal decade. It's just slogan after slogan, and he's just a career politician. Yes, I know, Trudeau's dad. Yeah. Trudeau's dad, Trudeau. But I am curious to hear about, if you consider yourself a very, like, average, normal conservative, why is that fervor happening in Canada? Like I'm a 5th grader. From what I've seen, it's always one-sided, even though there's 4 parties. So can do. We have like, we do and we don't have a 2-party system. We have, essentially, these are our 2 parties, liberal and conservative. We have the Bloc, which they only field candidates in Quebec. And then we have these other 2 left-leaning parties called the New Democrat and the Green Party. And so what happens is, this happens, is the vote gets split. In ridings where this is 60% of the vote, no, 67% of the vote is going to a left-leaning party, but the varying degrees of left, mind you. Varying degrees of left. They're not in the same quadrants. But the 34% is getting held by the consolidated conservative base. Yeah, but Gordon, like, do you see it's like both sidism isn't, I go for daily walks, and so I see the bulk of my riding a fair amount. And I haven't seen liberal canvassing on corners. Granted, it is a liberal stronghold, but that has never happened in the extreme. Like, what I'm saying is the extreme fervor is something that we haven't seen in previous elections. It's all about the money. Specifically Danielle Smith in Alberta and Kevin O'Leary, all supporters, conservative supporters. Danielle Smith being the leader, obviously, of the provincial conservative in Alberta. But they're all buying into this 51st state business. And a lot of our media is bought by American conglomerates. And so you have to wonder why the Americans are campaigning for Pierre Poilievre. The Liberal NDP tend to clump together with one group. Constant rep to the right monolith. The Bloc are French, exactly. There's the People's Party, yeah, Wild Roser, but she's conservative, right? She's not like a federal conservative, but she's right-wing leaning is what I was trying to say. Yeah, I'm explaining to you, listen to this, follow the money. Why is the money American, and why is the American money campaigning on behalf, essentially, our newspapers? The conservative-leaning newspapers are American-owned and campaigning on behalf of Pierre Poilievre. But, like, so my only question is, what is causing the uptick of political fervor? And what would bring, so, for instance, I don't want to show my riding online, and we're gonna go back, we're gonna do a little refresh in a second, but two ridings over, like, keep in mind, my riding is north of 60% liberal. 2 ridings over, like, a 20-minute drive, because it's very, very, how do you say? It's very, very, dense. It's very, very urban. 2 ridings over, there's a riding that looks kind of like this. The Liberal Party is winning, but the Conservatives are right behind. So why wouldn't that rally go 20 minutes over and go to that? Like, it didn't even make sense strategically. I know. So listen, I'm asking you, money, why is why Pierre is not for Canada, is what I'm saying. Is if the American-owned media is campaigning for Pierre Poilievre, not campaigning, but I'm using, is in support of Pierre Poilievre, I don't support America in Canada. I don't support becoming the 51st state, but I guess you do. Are you American? Urban, yeah, that's the word. So it was perplexing to me to see this rally and I call it a rally. It wasn't an official rally. It was probably organized locally, unauthorized or locally. And I'm like, they probably should have just gone 2 ridings over where it might have made a difference. Anyways, let's refresh the map. Although it kind of refreshes itself. Alright, 7... we don't have any updates. But these are called ridings. Yeah!
I may be a hater and a gatekeeper, but I'm also God's favorite princess and the most interesting girl in the world.
It wasn't an endorsed rally, is what I'm saying. It wasn't like it was probably a locally organized, not conservative. I will say it probably wasn't a conservative created rally, but endorsed by the Conservative Party, but it was organized and it still was happening. Pierre's entire and only point debate was, the debate was just lost liberal decade. The debate really sealed it for me, Gordon, specifically, it was just lost liberal decade. And also, another thing that Pierre campaigns on, a lot of the things that he was mentioning, especially being tough on crime, it's not for the most part, crime is a provincial jurisdiction, right? It's not something that federally they can influence all that much. It's the same with housing. It's the same with housing is more of a provincial mandate than a federal one. Crime has also gone down overall. Chris, we need it's interesting to see the YouTube to Twitch divide, but campaigns cause okay, but listen, listen to this, you're not even listening to what I'm saying. Gordon is at least like engaging. Listen, you're not listening. Campaigns got money, and this reason I have a 2-party system. Well, and so that's what's so worrying about. So when we go back to the polls, when the NDP is polling at what they're polling at, they're losing official party status. So they're losing they lose access to a lot of funding. Yeah, healthcare is provincial too. So that's something I don't like about and to be fair, Carney, I do like Carney's approach about the housing corporation, but still, that is you're discussing about federal overreach, right? And something that I would like to say is that the conservative provincially have been in power in Alberta, have been in power, Saskatchewan. We now have Wab Canoe in Manitoba, but a lot of these issues, so inflation and the housing crisis, we have a housing crisis across Canada. It doesn't matter whether you have a provincial conservative or if you have a provincial, left-wing party or a provincial right-wing party. It's across the board, cost of living has gone up. And so it's kind of like we need... It's not really one party causing the problem. Crime has gone down overall. Repeat offenders haven't gone down. I think people need to go harder on people who act out of pocket repeatedly. My struggle with the courts decide the government overreach into the judicial system is scary, because the government deciding, not the judicial branch, the government overreaching and deciding who deserves due process is a very slippery slope. Campaign funds, I know. If it was fully transparent campaign funds, because Pierre has been campaigning for 2 years now. Housing an interesting issue because we commodified housing. Yes, absolutely. kind of, I know. We've got a lot of holds. It would be interesting. I mean, if we get a liberal minority, I feel like that. To be fair, if I were to give my opinion about what I want, it would be like I don't want a liberal majority either. I would prefer the parties to work together. People have their retirement turned into housing. Like, it's interesting. I wanted to talk about the teacher's pension being involved in malls. But that is that's still political, but it's a little bit off base. Yeah, brings an incentive to bring housing down low. What's the website, Chris? Have you seen it on... What's the website where it's dedicated to who owns housing, which MPs own housing, and which MPs are landlords? Because there's a direct incentive for most of the sitting politicians to not bring down the housing prices because they are homeowners and landlords. Yeah, I don't remember, but I remember they had one. Yeah, there's a guy putting it together about who's a homeowner and landlord. And so much of the retirement is a nest egg into housing. And so we can't bring the dilemma is, do you bring wages up high enough that people can afford houses? Or do you bring the housing down? Like, corporate ownership of housing is what has caused this housing crisis. It's not international buyers. It's not immigration. It's corporate ownership, conglomerate ownership of housing. Anyways, but we're covering a life after offending. If former criminals can't live, what is their opinion? Jail isn't a deterrent at that point. It depends on the, like, if they get out. Okay, so, yeah. I know what you're trying to say. Jail is not a deterrent if there's nothing to... Exactly. Also, another problem is that jail... You know, it depends on the province, but typically, on average, a prisoner costs about $90,000 just to be in prison. That's not all of the paperwork associated with it. Could you imagine if you put the $90,000 a year into social services, preventative services? Another thing that I don't like about the conservative, they want to make cuts to, like, dollar for dollar cuts or whatever. And crime prevention and preventative measures take longer to impact the system, but preventative measures over time will always be more affordable than reactionary measures, like incarceration. Yeah, McDonald's isn't a fast food company, it's real estate first and foremost. Who's heading out? You got another hour of work left? Hi, Chris. It's interesting. I mean, honestly, there's not a lot of movement yet. We had one riding flip, but it's not... It's close. It's close. Dur, welcome in. Listen, Dur. Lock in. I don't need appearance conversation. I have a friend that's also listening. Not listening, but watching. I mean, lots of Canada's watching. Okay, you guys. Do I turn off the YouTube comments while I go get food? Nah, I trust... You know what, Gordon? You're respectful. I trust you, but listen. What? Do we trust YouTube to be unattended? Just put up a picture of my... Oh, you're right. Hold on. Give me a second. You guys, does anybody have terrible photo management? I'm like, where did I put that photo? I don't know. I just always end up re-downloading my Instagram photos, if I'm being honest. Slim, do you have a screenshot of me? Do you have that on standby? Okay. Hang on. I got one. No. What do you... I don't have Snapchat. Get the fuck out! We should make the YouTube party? Oh, I'm way too old for you. Durr. Hang on a second. I'm just looking for my Mind Flare cosplay. This'll work. Alright, YouTube. Behave. I'm gonna go get food. You want the... Absolutely. How do I mod you? Hang on a second, Slim. I'm giving Slim ultimate power. Add as a moderator. There you go. Yes, Mom. Listen, there you go. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Here. This'll be funny. There you go. Oh, that's funny. There you go. Slim's a moderator. I gave Slim ultimate power. Bye. Alright, gamers. How'd you guys do? Italian, watching Vikings, you know, seeing the lyrics of Bob and that's how screwed it is. No, but like, no, you're right, you're right. Like, as a, okay, listen, no. Hi, Violet, hi, Riz. Hold on, turn her back on. Did they behave? They look like they behaved. Uh-oh. I fucked up. I can't get it over. There we go. Wait, now you just see my tentacles. That's funny. So for instance, like, as a kid, singing, like, like some of the Britney Spears is crazy. It was horrible, don't look. I think it looks like you guys are behaving. Only had to delete one message. Look at chat looking deeply into- Listen, do you feel like you want to give me your brain? What happened here? Hold on. Chat background. What's going on? What did I do to myself? Oh, I see what I did. Okay, here. Alright, there we go. Let's refresh the polls. Hey, look at- Ooh! Go back to chatting for a second. Yum! You get a zoom in on Twitch. I made the tuna poke. I marinated it like an Among Us. You rolled a natural 20. How so? Okay. Let's go back. Also, listen to this. Welcome back. You watch my Baldur's Gate content, huh? Alright. Any updates? Interesting. The block is leading in 6. That's not good for the rest of Canada. Alright, we've got no updates or latest calls. Meaning that the ridings are pretty close. There's no calls so far. Let's do a little zoom out map. The border is right here. Tuna? Yeah, it's tuna. To the tuna of these nuts in your mouth, Slim. It is tuna. You feed chat? I can try. Here, I'll get some avocado. You know I'm a millennial. I love my avocado. There you go, chat. There you go. It's coming. It's coming. It's got edamame, carrots. Oh. Edamame, carrots, avocado, cucumber. Yeah, it's cute. It's carrots. I'm vegetarian. I thought you were American. That's just the meme. What do you mean? Okay, Gordon, how old do you think millennials are? How old do you think the youngest millennial is? And to be fair, I feel like I'm a little bit more Gen Z coded, but under the wig. Hold on. What wig? Listen, YouTube, I've been beefing with you. Wait, why isn't it showing? Oh, there we go. Oh god, that's huge. Something YouTube's never heard before. I'm teasing. What? Can do around 30. Exactly. 5. Feel pretty ancient? There. That's a good size. Yeah. Not all millennials are gray. Oh, we've got some... Listen. We've got some... Oh, wow. I thought that was called for the block for a second. I'm like... Oh, because the colors was the same. Granted, this is... I was just like... Wait, what is the Bloc Québécois doing over here? But no, there's no surprise there. Woo! Orange. Not gonna happen. It's the first poll. The co-rooster? What does that mean? Anyways, I marinated this tuna. Most of us in chat are millennial. But YouTube's been coming for my hair in the comments of my Baldur's Gate 3 videos. I didn't go on a date with it, no. Now I'm eating it. Another thing that I'm... Okay, so Gordon, I was thinking about what I wanted to say when I came back. And so I just went and visited... So I come from a very conservative background, I will say, growing up. A very religious background as well. And I feel like there's different types regionally. Like, in some cases, like a BC conservative, there's like a conversion rate is like kind of like a Alberta liberal, if you know what I mean. But specifically when it comes to religious undertones within the Conservative Party, like I spent Easter weekend with my family, and at this church, like I went and like my parents go to church on Sundays. My dad was a drummer, so I wanted to see him drum. But this, like, you know what I mean? So what I'm trying to say is the tone where I went to visit them was that they're excited because they think that, like, even though it didn't happen under Harper, they think that, like, Pierre is going to... This isn't coming from a liberal news source. This is coming, again, from my experience of listening to this very conservative church. They think that Pierre is going to... To be fair, I don't think that Pierre is going to walk back gay marriage. I don't think that. But they do. Where are they getting... Like, I don't understand where these really extreme opinions are coming from. And who's telling them that. I know, we have orange on the map. I'm hoping it... Listen. Catherine Swampy. Oh, what a name. So, and it's wild to me about where these this is what I mean, but I think that the Conservative Party needs to split and the Liberal Party needs to split into two factions, because I don't think that these ultra socially conservative values are in the majority of the conservative... I would hope not. I don't want to look at Nanaimo Ladysmith. I want to look at... Oh, listen, I don't think that's gonna... Listen, you guys. It's vacant. Oh, this is one of the new ridings. This is a new riding. You guys, I don't know if it's gonna stay... Oh, one poll reporting, you guys. We can hold on. 49 votes. We can hold on that one little orange spot. So there are some new ridings as well, I will say. That's what they want, the right wing and funny extreme. But okay, so Cave, Pierre, I'm trying to separate the gay marriage issue specifically because that's what I heard a lot about. That's really the only discussion I heard. So I'm trying to be very specific about what I heard. That being said, Pierre has talked about walking back trans rights. And so that I didn't have a specific... I wanted to be very specific about what I experienced. That is in Alberta, yep. That is in Alberta. Yeah, I don't think Australians would make gay marriage or abortion, but so the thing is, you don't think they do, but like granted, it was a fairly small church, but they were all very excited about this. And so if it's not coming from the conservative platform, where is it coming from in Canada? Because we've had gay marriage in Canada. Like, I was not old enough to remember when it came to pass. Like, I don't remember it. Gordon, this should also give you... Maybe I don't know. But, like, I don't remember, like... Everybody, like, makes the hallmark. I don't remember... I wasn't old enough to remember 9/11. But, so, if it's not coming from the conservative platform, where is it coming from? And why is it now, like, 20, 25 years later that this is coming up? Concerned with I know, in the bathroom and kids getting hormones. Even though that's not the case. But, that's not happening. But, without consent. Anyways. But, the reason why I was just, like, honing in is because this church wasn't talking about the kids in the bathrooms or transgender issues. And the thing is, to be fair, I fully support, like, those causes. But to my experience of what I heard about, that's all that they were talking about. Is specifically gay marriage. I know, I hope it stays. We can hope. It's been a lightning rod for the right, but mostly the same people have never liked gay marriage. So what I'm saying is, what my theory posits is that the lightning rod for the trans rights for these ultra religious conservative people, they're like, oh, we get to go we get to walk back everything, even though it's not coming from the conservative platform. Well, Slim, listen, maybe it's my bad memory. But to be fair, I don't think, like, I was told, my mom always told me about, like, what I did when it happened, because I was alive, but fringe conservative parties, but why is it that, like, a whole congregation, like, this was the Easter service, right? They're all in agreement. Pierre has voted against every measure. And something I don't like about Pierre, specifically, is that he has always voted... First of all, hasn't gotten any legislation passed. Second, he just votes no to everything that the Liberals were proposing. There was no consensus, there was no collaboration, even on ideas that were fairly nonpartisan. And so, like, he voted against access to contraception. And he entertains, in his party, social conservatism, where there are members of the Conservative Party who want to ban abortion. Even if he doesn't want to. There are other ways other than legally to ban abortion, right? To limit access to it. They've actively talked about ways in which they can ban abortion, not through the legal process, but through access, through all those sorts of things. When are you gonna finish? Listen! Oh my god, YouTube, you're locked in. You're locked in on the hair. Liberals shove stuff in bills they shouldn't. And say, but again, these are just like talking points where there's nothing shoved into bills. And also, he didn't pass any legislation even under Stephen Harper. Did you read his... Okay, so Gordon. Did you read his grade 12 essay? On if I was Prime Minister of Canada? Because I did. Can do. What are you responding to, Cave? They wheeled in TVs for everyone watching second plane, and the teacher turned off the TV and said, ready to go home. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, I was at home all day. I wasn't at school that day. I don't know why. Like, I don't remember it, but, like, my mom told me. High school civics. Bill, did you want to get anything shoved into you? You've never seen his grade 12 essay. That's interesting. He wrote an essay in grade 12 about what he would do if he was Prime Minister of Canada. And in his final concluding paragraph, he was talking about how limiting term limits and essentially eliminating the ability for career politicians to happen. And what is he? He became exactly what he wrote against in his paper, which is fascinating to me. If you want to look it up, I don't necessarily want to read it, but on stream. But I was home that day too. I think I was homesick. Yeah, I can't remember why I was home. I mean, like, if I can't remember the event, then yeah. Because, you know what pisses me off? Is Pierre, if he loses this election, I think, Gordon, we could probably agree on this. If Pierre doesn't, even if he gets a minority government, like, if you look at the polling of how it was 2 months ago, they were slotted to have an absolute majority, right? If he does not even get a conservative minority government, I don't think there's a pathway for him to stay on as leader. I'm dropping concentration? On what? I mean, it is late. I don't know. I'm trying to do something a little different, but if he loses the election, he's not staying on as Liberal Party leader. This man, who took almost 10 years to get his bachelor's degree, mind you, and has only held public office. He's never had another job. This man gets a pension. We have 6 minutes left before our polls close. Let's refresh. Where are we at? And so it drives me crazy. Like, I think that it's kind of like the same thing about, like, everybody should have had to have worked customer service. Because the people who are shittiest to customer service workers are people who've never worked in customer service. I really dislike it when politicians haven't had a real job. Alright. How are we doing? Oh, look at this! 13 votes. One poll reporting. How many votes is this? 22 votes, you guys. 22 votes. So this is what I mean by this hour is 22 votes. 22 votes made this whole section go blue. So you kind of just wait for it to roll in a little bit. Hold writing. Okay. I know. I would love mandatory retail jobs. Like, mandatory, you have to work at, like, a mall. You have to work at clothing. Forget conscription, military. Everybody has to work 1 year in food service and 1 year in retail. Like, clothing retail. Every single person. Can do. No, this is real. This is. Don't you chat? Is this real me? Don't you chat? Is this real? This is real. This is live. No, I'm not evil. That's not evil, Gordon. I think that what that does is it forces people to have empathy for people. Like, it's not evil. I think what that would do. See, short term, that would be terrible, right? Like, think about it if you instituted that as a policy, right? Short term, that would be terrible because people would be rude to retail workers and whatnot. But over time, if you gave that as a 10-year policy, you know what that would do? People would actually treat service workers like human beings. You're joking? I don't think... Here's the thing. Is there's so many... People talk about our generation, my generation, because I'm fairly young, and then Gen Z being entitled and being, you know, like being entitled, stuck up, all that kind of stuff. Meanwhile, you know, like I work, like everything I do is monetized. Everything I do is work in some capacity, typically. And I think that, like, it really offends me when they say that, like, millennials are lazy, Gen Z is lazy, because most of the people I know work harder than, like, it's wild to see, for me to see a generation be labeled as lazy when it's, like, unbelievable the amount of work I do. I used to work in the summers at a fishing resort, and there was one pay period. I took a screenshot of it. In a 2-week period, I had over 130 of hours worked in 2 weeks. And not wanting to work exactly that. Average person struggling, they'd have to go through, right? So one of the main criticism, Gordon, is like, I always say, like, I would love to see a politician work on minimum wage. And the response is, they'd all, like, oh, but then, you know, they'd take bribes. It's like, I would love to see a politician work on minimum wage. The bribe comment aside. I know, every generation goes, like, every generation goes, oh, the next generation, it has it so easy. But here's the thing, right? That when it comes to student loan forgiveness, I'm actually, like, about... I would say, now student loans in the US versus Canada are very different, but I would say that student loans in Canada are less predatory than the ones in the United States, typically, but like I've paid off about 75% of my student loan. If I fully paid off my student loan, if they gave loan forgiveness, I wouldn't be upset that somebody else got their loan forgiven. If you put it in a context of, like, let's say they cure cancer, should the people who had cancer before and had to go through the other treatments be mad that cancer was cured? Be like, oh, back in my day, we just did whatever. No. I'm actually, like, I want it to be easier for the next generation coming after me. That's progress. It would be nice for the lived experience of the people coming after me to be better. The next generation should have it easy. Exactly. People just don't work hard. Listen, you are not listening to this. You are not listening to this. Calgary Nose Hill. I think we've got some conservative writings coming in over here. What is this speck of red doing here? 5 of 88. That's interesting. That's interesting. You're now acting like a parent? Listen. I don't know how many people are watching right now on Twitch. I don't want to look at my numbers, but sometimes Twitch and streaming feels like parenting. I'm not gonna lie. It's like wrangling cats. I had it harder, so everyone else should. What is this writing? Doesn't I miss it? There we go. It's weird, it doesn't like it when it copies and pastes it over. Oh! Never mind. That's a very liberal writing. I was just surprised to see it in the prairies. Tiny Satan, welcome back. Welcome, Satan. It's close. I'm not paying someone else's loan off. Okay, so TR, here's the thing. I am never having children. I'm pretty set on that. I do not want to have children. However, I am excited that I have friends and family who have had children, right? And the cost of having that child was $75 because that's what they paid in parking fees going to and from the hospital. I'm okay with my tax dollars being paid so that somebody else has the free health care to have a child, even though I do not want to have a child. It's thinking about somebody other than myself. And even if I were to think about it selfishly, it's for my benefit for other people to be having children. And so, that, you know, that's what I'm saying. Don't... That being said, you guys do act like children sometimes. How's Penny? Yeah, wait, hold on. Let's do a little palate cleanser. Let's do a little palate cleanser real quick. Wait, what did you do? Hill Dragon. Wait, Hill Dragon, you changed your picture to Penny? That's so funny. Oh my god. You guys want Penny? Oh my god, new Penny pics just dropped. Listen, okay. Here's something everybody can agree on, okay? Tiles. No, here you go. I don't want to have kids, but I see a cute baby. It's not hard to want that. No, I see. It's not even when I see children. Oh, Riz, you're getting ripped off. I'm sorry, Riz. I refreshed them. That's twice now? No, one of them was delayed. That's all. Here, I'll force it. Vowel. There you go. Let's see what we get. There you go, Riz. If you don't know, I love brain rot. That's classic internet brain rot. I know, puppy! Not my vowel, well. There you go. This is Penny. RJ, I would be a great mom for 4 hours a day. I've always said this. But I can't handle the loss of identity that comes with parenthood. I don't want to sacrifice who I am as a person to become a parent. Penny? Yeah, listen, we can vote for Penny. Voted the puppy and Prime Minister and Paw. Apparently I didn't learn my vowels. She's so cute. Love Penny. She's adorable. Must be a cool aunt. That's what my sister will probably have kids, and I'm happy to be an aunt. Here's my perspective. If I get to 65 years old and regret not having children, let's say I live till 80 years old. So I have 15 years of life to regret not having children. Right now, I'm 69 years old. No, I'm kidding. I will live more years of my life not regretting children. I will live more years of my life without regret than with regret. I don't care, like, so what do you mean natural selection? I really don't, okay, I don't care about genetic material living on. That's a weird thing to be excited about. I'm just gonna say, I don't care about genetic material living on. I have terrible teeth, like, kids don't want that genetics. But that aside, I have created things, I do flower preservation for weddings and whatnot. I've created resin flowers from plastic, not very eco-friendly, that are going to last thousands of years. I've had to grapple with that with myself. That's gonna last longer than any bloodline, so. Adoption is an option, absolutely. Honestly, like, adoption over the age of 12. Like, my struggle is with really young children. Oh, Satin, it's going. It's going. Oh! Hey, listen. Hey, hold on, we gotta go back. This is our first flip the other way, so we're at neutral now. Nova Scotia. We're at our first... So we've had one liberal riding flip conservative, and we've had one conservative riding flip liberal. We're back at even. This map is fucking wild right now, dude. This is... this is wild. It's not staying like this whatsoever. Let's take a look at that riding. Gain from cons. South Shore. And listen, again, Gordon, you've hung out here a little while, so you know, like, I'm not trying to... Yeah, I'm not hiding a bias. I'm very explicit that this is what I want. Hello? Nan. South Shore, St. Margaret's. It's hard. You can't copy and paste it. That's a pretty big flip. And it's interesting the NDPs didn't run a candidate here. Interesting. That's a fascinating flip because that was an unexpected one. They flipped that's pretty interesting. I have pretty extensions. Thank you. It's my real hair. God, YouTube, you're crazy about the hair. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you that you think it's conservatives. You not wanting kids for the reason you mentioned shows a lot of consideration, emotional intelligence, what makes you happy. Well, see, that's the thing, Riz. Is that, like, it's wild. I had a conversation with somebody who had kids, like, late. And it was wild. I said that, like, I'm like, okay, could you imagine if I had children and I regretted having children? Do you know what that would do to the psyche? If you regret having children, you can't hide that from the kids. You can do your best outwardly, but subconsciously that will absolutely, if you regret having children, that will impact them. That will absolutely impact those children. And so I was having this conversation with somebody. I said, I think it's better to regret not having kids than it is to, it's better to regret not having children than it is to regret having children. And this person said, she said, kids will heal, trauma heals over time. I think from the, I don't think that way at all. I don't think that a child that is, if the parent regrets having a child, that is like unbelievably amounts of harm. So that's where it comes from. The logic of like, I think it's very selfish. It's very selfish to have children when you are unsure. I know. YouTube, being bald. I don't hate when people who have different, I know, especially since I'm liberal. I just can't handle being broke. I know. So that's you know, it's,
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
Satin! Not to call you out. Not to call you out, Satin. I'm hurt. Trauma heals over time. I know, right? Tell that to your therapist. Yeah, so this conversation I had, this person was like, oh, don't worry, like, I had kids at 30. I had them really late. You can still have, like, she's like, I had kids at 30, I had them really late. Don't you worry, you can still have, I'm like, you don't know how old I am. Don't have kids unless you're absolutely sure. Ugh. Hey, you know what? I don't pay, like, my therapy is I make a claim and it's free, so I'll go cry about this stream in therapy and not pay for it. I'm 21! Exactly, with a bit of experience. My frontal lobe developed early. I'm adopted. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't hide it. It doesn't come up. I'm adopted. And so is Pierre Polyev, actually. I'm not a... You guys can... Listen. We're very different people, but the two things we I have something in common with Pierre Polyev. I'm adopted. How do I pronounce your... Oh, Getum. Is your name Getum? G3TM. It's my hair. Yeah, I don't know how to I don't know how to tell you. It's my hair. What if your child... Okay, but that argument doesn't hold water. What if my child was gonna be a mass serial killer? Right? Either way. I think it's both nature and nurture. And there's not any one person who's designated to cure cancer. There's not any, like, that's not how that functions. Satin, yeah, we're getting into it. I'm not normally very tolerant as tolerant as today, but honestly, I'm entertaining. I'm not entertaining, I'm being a little bit more tolerant of people who are speaking logically and coherently that still disagree with me. How does that make sense? Exactly. Listen, so the argument... Oh, God. Maybe I should listen. Maybe I should ban listen. But the argument about saying, what if your child was supposed to be insert thing here is not a good argument. Gus, YouTube is wilding. I gave Slim a mod sword. You're not missing much. It's a lot closer than I was thinking it was gonna be. I mean, some writings are still working it out. We don't have a lot of polling results yet. You have a wrench, yeah. The other person that has a wrench on YouTube is Crafty Gamer Lady. Did they call it? The Liberals don't have a... The Liberals only have 110. Are they calling it? Okay, let's listen. Hang on.
Drinking.
What does fold in the cheese mean?
God damn it!
That's what you do.
Shit's Creek.
Fold it in. Okay, I don't know how to fold broken cheese like that.
And I don't know how to be any clearer.
I can't believe we got an ad. Projected. Okay, so they're not calling it, but they're projecting a win. Interesting. Hold on. Actually, you know where we can go is YouTube. I'm gonna steal their content. Apparently, they're projecting a win. Oh, there it is right there. Oh, we gotta go through another ad. But this will have better quality. Because, you know, instead of watching it from a web page.
So they're tracking towards
they're
that
projecting
because a lot
it.
of these seats that will fill in over the course of the night, history and polling tells us that these will go Liberal. Now, let's go into Manitoba. The Liberals are currently sitting at 4 seats. We had suggested they would want to get 6
He can do the talking. I'm going
to build up to a total of 10 on the prairies to be at a majority level. They have 1, obviously, in the north right now where they're leading in the NDP-held riding of Churchill. And they've got a couple of 3 seats right now in Winnipeg, and these are also seats where the Liberals will be competitive once.
My mix it up is mad at me. Hi, Goosetown, welcome in. Sorry for the jump scare. We're covering politics. I'm Canadian. Goosetown, welcome in. Hello, Goose to see you. Coffee shop lullabies. Am I in just chatting? Looks like CBC is projecting, but they're not locking it in, so they're projecting it. The NDP? Well, see, these aren't all the seats yet. You think I'm 21? Thank you. I really appreciate that. Sorry, adding 10 years to that, buddy. Goose specifically, because I'm Canadian. Okay. Coffee shop lullabies, we're covering the election. I'm streaming on YouTube as well, so... The chat is merged. I'm trying to see if I can find a way to make the overlay a little bit more less opaque, but welcome in. I apologize that I'm a little bit scatterbrained. How was Fields of Mystria? I normally stream Baldur's Gate 3 with an eye tracker because I like to show off how quick I am at reacting to the plot. The plot being Minthara's. Anyways, welcome in. I'm sorry if this is your first time impression of me. It's a little bit of a hooligan toss up right now. But this is not typical of my streams. But to be honest, I kind of didn't want to watch the election. There we go. That looks a little better. Watch the election alone. We're glad to see you all. Okay, Slim, open fire. Feel free to open fire. Hold on, I can get some too. I know. Ugh. Slim, get him. Get him, Slim. Age comments are fucking wild, that's all. Ugh. Anyways. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm sorry. Goosetown, hello. Hopefully, here, you know what? Let me drop you a little follow. And hopefully you can tune in another time. It's a little bit less dramatic. Goosetown. There we go. Is it with an E on the end? Are you Goosetown with an E? Goosetown with an E! I found you. There you are. Have you done a Gale? Wait, hold on. Have you done a Gale cosplay before? Yes or no? No? Why do I feel like... Never mind. I apologize. Okay. Fair warning. To anybody commenting on my... Can we, like, I don't know why the point is to talk about my... It's always like my hair, my age, and my face. It's wild. Love the Arcade E for the vibes! There you go, gotta go wild. Goosetown, welcome in. If I didn't play Baldur's Gate 3, I would never known Canada had an election. Okay, they're projecting it, but they're not calling it. So projection...
Some similarity.
They're, like, projecting onto other ridings. A liberal government. So they're not saying it's going to be a majority or a minority yet. Goosetown, not to, quote, drop out, but... What? You don't have to share, but... this is very Canadian focused today. I should have told cosplay Elliot. Oh my god, yeah, because when I clicked your page and I saw, like, obviously a thumbnail, I was just like, your thumbnail looked like a Gale cosplay, so you could do Gale or Elliot for sure. I do like Elliot. There's no way this is a regular... no, but Gordon, it happens all the time. Like, it's out of pocket. It's always like, I'll be playing Baldur's Gate 3, I'll be in the nitty gritty of playing, like, of doing the Orin fight, and it'll always be like... people just don't know how to stay on topic. Canada exists.
Something that is truly quite remarkable.
Yes.
And I think what I'm really proud about tonight is Canadians, how strongly they came out to vote, what's been motivating them.
I am
but
curious,
also just really discerning in terms of
something that this
choices
map doesn't
based on
show.
what's on offer. An individual with a business background.
We don't know. I'm curious to hear
economies through difficult crises,
about what the
and
turnout rates are.
Another politician who is frankly still offering catchword phrases and running an election.
Sorry,
as if we were back in November
Gordon, we're
December.
listening to CBC.
Things
Not
changed.
sorry.
Justin Trudeau is
I'm
no
not
longer
sorry.
around. The consumer carbon price no longer around, and Donald Trump entered in a big way.
Yeah.
And we saw other conservative politicians in this country pivot, like provincially, Doug Ford in this province. We saw an inability for a pivot on the part of Pierre Poilievre.
Canadians
and
eat nuts and fruits.
Results. People have decided that they want.
Yeah, but I
mature,
put these nuts in your mouth.
leadership,
Get them.
And that's what they're getting with Mark Carney. And I think
that's not
a
tofu.
really important time for
It's
Canada
fish.
because there's a lot of hard work to be done.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what kind of government we end up with
Lock
here,
the
Andrew,
fuck
because, you know, that also
Red is
sends a
liberal,
message.
yes.
If Canadians opt for a minority government, that also is a message to the Liberals and to Conservatives. But what do you make of the fact that this has happened? Because it is right, it is a remarkable thing.
Yeah, it would not have happened without Donald Trump, I don't think.
I agree.
That's
a
if Mark
completely
Carney had
accurate
simply come in
assessment.
and said, well, I'm changed, I'm a new prime minister.
I understand what the
I'm
fuck
not
is
sure
going
that
on
would
in
have been enough
Leduc.
to carry the day. I'm not sure if Trump alone would be enough to carry the day, though. I think it's the combination of so far as the first part of the campaign in particular focused on Trump as the issue and therefore focused on leadership and the relative qualities of the two-party leaders. That was clearly to Carney's advantage, but I think probably what put him over the top was he was also enough change for enough people.
Right.
He wasn't, on its own, it wouldn't be enough change, but the two things together, I think, was enough to put him over the top.
Althea, what do you make of the win?
I agree with everything Andrew said.
Another comment about the extensions. What the fuck are you talking about?
Democrats that have handed Mark Carney the ability to become prime minister, remain prime minister, And for them, the fear was, yeah, Donald Trump, but also Pierre Poilievre. They decided that they really feared Pierre Poilievre more than they feared another Liberal government. And so they've basically abandoned their party in droves.
No, Slim, you're right the first time.
And possibly handing Mark Carney a majority government. So it's not...
She doesn't seem too happy about that.
The NDP a thank you note.
I think progressive voters in my riding of Tayakon Park, Delhi Park, and good luck to the team there. But I think progressive voters really had to make a difficult decision, and that was simply that in the face of what the country is facing, we need to select a prime minister and a government. That's more important than anything else. That relates to the CBC, that relates to protecting linguistic rights, that relates to protecting human rights. And you had a choice between somebody who would empower Donald Trump and somebody who would
listen to
confront Donald
this.
Trump. That's the choice that Canadians have made tonight.
I'm not hearing it.
Right choice.
Okay, and the NDP sitting right now at 7, leading or elected. Let's get some more information about how we got here, how we were able to call a Liberal win tonight. Catherine Cullen's got some of those results.
Yeah, and obviously, Rosie, part of this picture has to do with Quebec and what has happened with the Bloc Québécois. So let's take a look. The Liberals up 12 seats. Yes, one of them coming from the Conservatives, but most of that, the vast majority, at the expense of the Bloc, again, based on the numbers that we're seeing early. Let's see where it's happening. We're going to take a quick zip around the suburbs of the island of Montreal. We're going to start in Thérèse de Blainville, and you can see here the Liberal candidate in the lead. Let's go to Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. We're going to stay on the North Shore. And
they're
again,
projecting it with 4 or 5 polls. It's a little close.
Second, we'll head down to the South Shore, Longueuil, Saint-Hubert, and again, yes, the Liberal candidate in the lead with the Bloc incumbent in second. That pattern being repeated both north and south of the island of Montreal. Liberals looking like they're going to gain at the expense of the Bloc. That's a big part of
I'm
what's
not old.
tonight.
And we'll look at more.
I'm
we'll
a
look
millennial.
At more of those results as they firm up, and we can project elected.
You're seeing orange in the west.
Some of those right now. Some
I'm
results.
surprised.
Yeah, so not
maybe
projected
this poll
elected, but still interesting trend lines.
Let's take a look at some other polling websites.
Kiwanutook
Or did I close? Oh, Penny
Ashton has been the MP here for the NDP since 2008.
Dylan,
in
wait.
2015,
wait, the Conservatives didn't run a. There's no photo.
Difference of 3 percentage points, and right now, early, but still, when you look at those numbers, fairly significant lead at this point for the Liberal candidate. This is Kildonan St. Paul, one of the Winnipeg ridings, and Raquel Dancho is the incumbent for the Conservatives. She's won 2 elections in a row. Thomas Nakin's a relative newcomer. Hard to find information about him, but he was acclaimed as a candidate when the polls suggested there was little chance of winning.
Dark
and
mode.
Right now, he's in the lead there.
Lower.
And let's just look at Regina Wisconsin. This is interesting. It's super close.
Oh, it's 2021.
When I started speaking a few minutes ago, Jeffrey Walters was in the lead.
Using Google.
The big question in Regina Wisconsin for a lot of people is the number of times the Liberals won there. Was it Ralph Goodale that was the factor, or was it Liberal support? And a lot of people wondering what's going to happen there tonight. As you can see, it is close.
Chilliwack hopes.
The Conservatives
I doubt
are in
it.
the lead in Ralph Goodale's old riding.
Okay, Adrian, you've got some results too.
Certainly. Catherine showed you some seat changes. I'd like to show you some vote changes in Ontario. Why don't we have a little look at this?
Ask Jeeves.
Liberals
I really
up
should.
9.5 percentage points. Conservatives also up 9.0, but look at the NDP down 12.7. That is where the votes are largely coming from. So what does that look like? Let's start with Sault Ste. Marie. I'll go.
So if you saw there, the PPC was down 5%. The Purple Party, the party that I could not be further aligned with, farther aligned with. But so the PPC voters are conglomerating back to the Conservatives as well.
This is a riding that Terry Sheehan is ahead by 428. Interesting, because the Liberals only picked it up by 247 last time. Still just 35 of 287 polls reporting. If we move on to the Bay of Quinte, this is a riding we've been keeping an eye on. The Liberals picked it up in 2015. They wanted it desperately because this is the sort of riding they need if they want to get a majority. They've got a lead of 193 with just 15 polls reporting. And the last one, which is a big one for Fortress Toronto, if you will, is Leslie Church and Toronto St. Paul's with a lead of 701. She lost that to Dawn Stewart in July by just 600 some votes. So
I need to finish my food. I'm actually so hungry. So I'm going to let them talk.
That is part of the story. Thank you, Adrian. That is part of the story here, is that a lot of these ridings are still closed, and that's why we cannot yet tell you what kind of government Mark Carney will lead. But yes, in case you missed the big moment, the Liberals have secured a fourth mandate led by Mark Carney, who is at this stage waiting to see whether he will be elected in his own riding in Nepean. Ferrani, what are you hearing from your Liberal
friends? Take a
look. Are you getting lots of texts? Are people, are they thinking that a majority is still within reach here? What are they saying?
I think obviously a majority government is aspirational. That's what we would like to have. You heard Dominic talk about that earlier, but I think people are elated. I mean, we know where the party was prior to Christmas. Yeah. We know where we were in early January.
Gotta head out. Thanks, Slam. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for keeping me grounded.
Optimism. It's a testament to Mark Carney's
Only
leadership.
one poll.
But again, it's a testament to Canadian voters. And I think, you know, when I think back about what's really changed in the last little while,
it seems like
I think if you're looking at somebody,
my whole thing is getting
you need to stand up to an American threat that is as
I think the AOL I think my mix it up is just not working. Give me a second. I could close it. I'm gonna close it and reload it. Because the raids that have come in haven't notified me. I feel so bad. I mean, like, if you don't know what you're raiding in before, AOL was before its time. You know what's funny? Is I remember dial-up only because high-speed internet existed, but I lived in a very rural location where there was no, like, I grew up with, there was cell phone service everywhere, but there was no cell phone or fast high-speed internet where I was. And so I had dial-up way later than everyone else. Okay, I'm just restarting Mix It Up to see if that'll fix it. Oh my god, MSN Messenger? It wasn't fun to run on dial-up, I'll tell you what. Alright. Services. Slim, if you're still here, thank you for hanging out. Keeping me centered and grounded. I don't know what I would do if I became a big streamer, to be honest. I don't think I can do it. I don't think I'm cut out for it, man. Alright, let me do a test. Let's get some brain rot. You got scammed, Rez. I think I can go into mod view and refund you. Alright.
In the interior, Silkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, again, relatively close, but this is would be a pickup for the Conservatives that they could hang on to this. Helena Conans is a former professional tennis player and competed in Wimbledon.
Gordon, that's so AI. Oh my god, my parents were talking about this, like, it's not real. But you know what's crazy? When I spent time with my parents, is their inability to decipher AI from not. I'm not trying to make the argument anti or pro AI in this moment, but they could not identify what was real and what was not. My mom... Yeah, they don't like you, Riz. French boy. Poor Slim. This is Slim's favorite. This is Slim's favorite. I have no reason to tell them not to worry. Well, so, yeah, okay, what the fuck does he want, creature? Yeah, so the thing is, my parents, you know the AI, the man AI voice? My mom was talking about how, like, oh my gosh, this guy is always telling these stories about these cats that do crazy things in his neighborhood. I'm like, Mom, can you show me a video? And it's like, she doesn't realize that the voiceover is AI. She thinks that this voice is the same dude. It's like a preset I can select in CapCut. All right. The block are happy.
But, this is not
the young and old have no clue. I agree, Can Do. I agree.
Seats. I mean, that's kind of a number where if the Liberals get a majority, that's not a great night for the Bloc Québécois. They're trying to cheer up here. They're trying to be, you know, enthusiastic. They did have one major win. We were talking about Gaspésie earlier. Well, they won.
The Conservatives are going to pick up some seats in BC. I know it.
They project a win for Alexis Deschênes, that star candidate.
I think the Conservatives are going to pick up a lot of seats on the island. It's interesting. This map is very slow.
Enthusiastic cheers here when that happened. So that was one that's a take from the Liberals. So
let's take a look at this.
Reason for them to be happy, but for the rest of it, I mean, they're really just sort of trying to hold on to hope. We've got a little bit of a show here. They keep inviting incumbents or candidates to come up and talk to the crowd. There's an MC.
This riding is going to take a long time. If you guys haven't heard of the longest ballot committee, this I'm from America. Oh my god, your name. Welcome in. There's a independent organization called the longest ballot committee. And so they basically stuffed the Carleton ballot. And so it's gonna, Pierre's riding is gonna take a very long time to count. Goose Town, all folks have a blast on it constantly. Hearing that voice 24/7 is actually something that influenced me to finally move out. So Goose, like, they think it's real. I need to chat, is this real to them? And so it's like an AI voice over a very real video. But they think it's like a real voiceover. It's wild. AI voice is just pumping out Reddit stories. I know, I know. Oh yeah, the Minecraft parkour. Oh my god. You know, if I ever wanted to become a big streamer, I just need to read Am I the Asshole subreddits all day. Ugh. I'm not gonna lie. Do you guys want, like, I put, like, Minecraft parkour on the side? Or, like, Subway Surfer? Is there, like, a 10-hour Subway Surfer video? Will that keep... Listen, half of you guys... I'm ADHD. Half of you guys are ADHD. I don't know, the voices are BS. Those darn yarn cat. Those darn yarn cats. Yeah, the 11th province. Yeah, I like those jokes. You know what I don't like? Is previous maps, they're always like... People are always like, oh my gosh, look at the map is so blue, because often up here goes very blue. It's like land doesn't vote, people do, and like half of Canada lives here. Not the Subway Surfer. Hey, you know what? Whatever keeps people's attention, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm interesting enough for that. Can do, you can HD's nuts in your mouth. You have I don't know what, 80 of these 8.
I'd love a deep dickin' in my bussy hole.
Hi, Justice.
That's something the Captain Crunch says, right? My bussy is part of a balanced breakfast. Whoa!
Hi, Justice. Welcome in. I think you're interesting, Justice. Thanks. I'm currently beefing with YouTube. Our election, it's shaping up. It's looking... What is that? Oh, is that a tie? That must be a tie. 9-9, okay. Justice, we're having our listen, this is like, remember that the presidential election, Justice? Feels like a decade ago. This is our election. However, it's kind of inverted colors. I would prefer more orange or green, but red is okay. The colors are flipped for you. Oh, it does seem, you waited 2 hours. Listen, you should have interrupted YouTube earlier. It does seem like I would ideally like a liberal minority, but it does, I was nervous at the beginning, I'm not gonna lie. This bit was a little bit nerve-wracking. But there's been some pickups. We'll see. Does it mean that I make the US like if 9gag? Wait, does it mean that... Cave Enclave. Does that make the US like if 9gag made a country? Or like Oh my god. Oh my god, what's it called? Poptropica? Poptopia? There's another fake country. Ugh, 9gag. Oh my god. Let's zoom in. I like the UI of this map is nice, but they just don't put in their predictions very fast. Not predictions, the polling is like lags behind. This one seems that like it updates faster. Floptropica, that's what I was trying to say, Goose! Goose! Floptropica! Nation state of Floptropica! Yes, 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 yes! Thank you, you know what I'm saying. Listen, I don't know if we have time to deep dive Floptropica, but oh my god! Maybe I was wrong. Listen, maybe I was wrong about the island. This riding, Nanaimo, Ladysmith, is gonna be fascinating. There's no polls reporting, but this riding is going to be wild. This riding is, let's go back. Nanaimo, Ladysmith is this riding right here. The active vote split. Same brain rot. God, I love brain rot. Hey, you know what? Oh my god, I didn't realize this. I can honestly say I never voted for Trudeau. I never voted for him. I didn't. This was the first election. I refreshed the CBC and won't even load half the. I know, they're not used to it. I was gonna say this is the first election. Almost 2 decades ago. Oh yeah, it won't even load. You're right. We'll just stick out on here on global news. What are you saying? What are you yapping about?
Potential gain for them. They've held right now 2 of their 3 in the north. Nunavut is still trending NDP. I don't want to ruin the NDP's night, but they are no longer ahead in Wetaskiwin, as we predicted earlier. But right now, the Liberals do have 2 seats in Alberta, and they're both in Calgary right now. So Calgary McKnight, where George Chahal was the incumbent, and Calgary Centre, which was on their target list.
Is who Canadian?
They're now they are not ahead in Edmonton. That is where they had 1 seat. That was Randy Boissonneau's seat in Edmonton.
I want to give the CBC my view.
That is blue right now in Edmonton Strathcona. Maybe the safest NDP seat.
How do I see how many people are watching?
Me too. When I went on her page to see her pictures, I said, "Oh, jump scare."
We are.
The Liberals right now, they only have 8 in BC to live with, right? We got a lot to come, but of the 8 that are reporting, the Liberals have 3 pickups, and we're still not fully in to the Vancouver core and the suburbs there, and that is the Liberal stronghold of British Columbia.
I guess.
They're at 155 right now at this point in time. There's still
the women will vote for him, and he will save us all. Save who?
To the delta of 17.
Women will vote for.
And it might actually include Delta.
Pierre, sorry, for Carney.
Okay, so let me tell you part of the reason why that is there too. Was there?
Look at this though. Look at this.
Deltas and deltas, you know, like sort of thing. Don't worry,
I got a lot of
Kelowna
people talking to me. That was a funny one. Thank you.
Sure.
There are 47 ridings still where the vote is under 100. So that gives you a sense of why we are still holding off in determining what kind of government this is. But as David rightly points out,
be weeks or hours.
It is still possible, and we'll show you more about that in a moment. And just because I have a lot
that is a very colorful map.
The only other prime minister to hold a seat in the Ottawa area was John A. Macdonald. So Mark Carney becomes number 2. Ian, over to you.
So interesting things happening in British Columbia in terms of the vote. And let's look at the vote change
we haven't
so
seen
far in the province of British Columbia. And you see both the Conservatives and the Liberals up. Liberals up by 15
This is almost an example. This is almost like a replica of our provincial election as well.
And in some of the ridings, you can see the
no time for
impact of that. Let's take a look at Kelowna. Kelowna is really interesting because
I just did this. I just pointed out Kelowna.
As of right now,
I'm ahead. I was just on the map, you guys. I was just looking. I'm like, that's very interesting.
Both the Conservatives and the Liberals. The Liberals right now in the lead.
I mean,
the incumbent in second place. Let's take a look at
Chris. I feel like the green are like
South Kelowna. There, the NDP support has gone from 18.9%.
What's Elizabeth May's? Saanich is Elizabeth May's riding, right?
Super early. But still,
like, there's no way Elizabeth May doesn't win Saanich, right?
East Steveston. This is another riding that kind of shows what's happened to the NDP support. It's gone from 19% in 2021 to 3.7%. Both the Liberals and Conservatives.
See, this is what I mean by the island. I mean, I feel like Vancouver Island is not going to determine the outcome of the election, but this is wild. Elizabeth May, like, how long has she held this office for? How long has Elizabeth May been in office? Okay, so blue is the bad color. Blue is the bad color, in my opinion. We don't want the blue. I prefer, if I were to rank...
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Coordinate.
Orange. Although I've been really disappointed with the federal NDP. Green, orange, red, blue. Wait, no, like, Keanu's Canadian. I guess living in the US these days, though, because, well, Hollywood. Yeah, I mean, like, there's not a lot of Canadians that I'd want to elect. I don't really like Ryan Reynolds as much anymore. Not Justin Bieber. Drake, no thanks. Definitely not Wayne Gretzky. Ugh. I know. I've been super disappointed with the NDP. Like, Jagmeet can talk. Like, he's very charismatic. But I don't know if there's some establishment people in the NDP. I'm not sure if there's, like, internal polling about what they're doing and how they're, like, they're just very disconnected. They're not, like, I know it says they're up here on the map, and this is kind of like the bulk of it is, this is where the NDP says they are. They'll talk that they're, like, here. They'll talk, but they're not really that left because of the window moving over. Last hour was pretty chill, watching the election and told people what I do. Yeah, you've been... We'll see. I would be shocked if it lives... If could you imagine there's not a single green seat? That would be crazy. Also disappointed. I'm very disappointed in, like... I loved I mean, the Greens are gonna take the brunt of it, but the Greens ran a very positive campaign. They didn't do any really large attacking. I wish I could have seen them. I'm so mad that they got taken out of the debate, but I mean, I don't think that this was the election with Trump in the South in our 11th province. This was not the election to split a vote. Yeah, they got robbed at the debate, I know. I like... Yeah. Yeah. And I just love their platform, and their discussions were always very positive and talking about what they wanted to do, opposed to my opponent wants to do this. They were very focused on what they wanted to do, but it's not the time for a split. Like, you know, it's not the time for this. I mean, granted, the liberal people should be voting for Elizabeth May in this riding. The strategic vote in this riding, it says strategic vote is Elizabeth May. But in Nanaimo, like, Nanaimo, Ladysmith is the perfect example of the NDP, like, falling apart, because their incumbent is the NDP, and the NDP actively campaigned against strategic voting, even though if strategic voting went off without a hitch, if it went perfectly, the NDP would keep their federal party status. But they campaigned, and the creator of smart voting and the creator of another strategic voting website, the NDP had candidates doxing them, like posting them online. It was crazy. It was crazy. I hated the strategy of the NDP this election. I'm gonna disappear. You're like, all right, I know what's gonna happen. Thanks, Chris, for hanging out. I know, the anti-Indian sentiment, anti-immigration has been out of control. I know. Yeah, the NDP, so the guy who made this, JB Poli-Sci, there was a candidate that doxed him online in a social media post. First and last name, and posted where JB's riding was. Like where they didn't post like his literal address, but I'm a tiny little content creator. He's huge. The guy that made this website, or helped to make this website. And the NDP candidate like posted what riding he was in. We don't vote on a website. No, this is a third party, this is not affiliated with any government. This was all user created and generated. And it's something that I really appreciate their value. Pumbaa, welcome in. No, you cannot vote online. You have to vote advanced voting or in person. I don't know if I have to refresh. It's too bad about that. I like the UI, the interface of the other one. What was the other one that we liked? I mean, I liked aspects of each one. There! That kid, Darko, welcome in. Hello, welcome. Hi. I liked this ticker. Oh, they haven't done anything yet. Interesting. So this is all... Wow, that's broken. Okay. We're on this one. Hold on. I can close that one. Alright. I like this breakdown. I'm happy that the NDP is still projected with seats here. Can I see, like, all of the maps, please? This is interesting. I'm not sure I like... What did it say? Alt. Okay. Why do they have the block in purple? Or it's a toss-up. Other? Wait, what does other mean? Yeah, because, like, this writing says other. This one's pretty slow behind, too, though. This graph is interesting. Ugh! It's too bad. Oh, there we go. Okay, it took a little bit to load. Okay. At least we can search for a writing in here. Let's look at Carlton. You guys, it's only one poll. It's only one poll. It's only one poll reporting of 226 polls, meaning one polling station. I know! Sinner, yes, I know. I'm not from the States, I'm Canadian. That's only one seat though. That's only one seat. That's only one seat. Not one seat, that's only one poll. One poll, one poll. What else do we want to look at? Hold on. Burnaby South. We want to look at Jugmeat. Is it Burnaby South or Burnaby Central? No. Burnaby Central. Nobody reporting yet. I know. Well, so Can Do. I don't think that's an interesting choice. So, National Post is an American-owned Canadian news source, and has a conservative lean to it. So what that is those purple. I don't know why, but the purple is essentially like block seats. I don't know why they have the purple labeled as, like, that is, if I was to zoom out, that's supposed to be this color. Like, this is the color of the block. Like, purple is PPC. So when you look at this map, you'd think that this is the PPC. Yeah, you normally use light blue. I know. I know. I know. So I'm Canadian. This is Canada. This is Canada. But yeah, essentially Canada's weighing in and being like, yo, purple's a different party. It just says other. It's super weird. It's super weird. I don't know if that's accurate. Let's what's the other riding? Carleton. Eve's got his seat. Burnaby Central. Let's look at Nippon. That's Kearney. Oh, it's called Kearney won his seat. Okay, one of the major things the Conservatives kept saying is that that Kearney was unelected, right? Because he didn't ascend. They kept saying he ascended to his seat, but he was elected within the Liberal Party. But Kearney never held a seat in office because he wasn't a politician. But he's won his seat, so now he's elected. I know it's, you know what it is, like, yeah. Seats by province. They have these seats by province. Vernka, you guys want to become our 11th province? We don't want your Trumpies. Is it contagious? I don't want your Trumpies. See, this is what I mean, and I'm a Ladysmith. There we go. One poll reporting pretty big vote split. They're losing it on Twitter. I uninstalled Twitter, but I uninstalled Twitter from my phone, but we can go look at it on my screen. What should I look up, Sinner? Who won? Guys, don't do that. Guys, don't do that. It's conservative right now. It's not called. York Center is currently... It's not called, but it's conservative at the moment. Canada elections 2025. Okay, let's see them losing it. What I hope for... I hope that... I would love... Again, I'd love the Conservative and the Liberal Party to split into... Respectively, in the party, their right and left factions. So, the more left-leaning conservatives split off, and there's the right-leaning conservatives. Like, not... You know what I mean? And then the Liberal Party, the more left-leaning liberals and the more right-leaning liberals split apart. And break up those voting blocks. I just think you're safe. Yeah, I think it's... I'm hoping. Every 6 point saying the Liberals... the Liberals? Okay. I will say... Oh my god, the camera's like, I don't want to focus. Listen, I'm the star! No. But the thing is, you know what's so funny? Is Kearney's housing plan... Creating a Crown Corporation housing plan is a very progressive housing plan. And I'm like, when I heard him talking about that, I'm like, the NDP should have proposed that ages ago. Ages ago! It was mind-blowing to me. It was mind-blowing to me. Alright, so now let's check this out. I haven't logged into Twitter in fucking ages. Oh no, I have DMs. We did it, Joe. Listen, I joked about this earlier. Ironically, I play Pokemon Go in 2025. I'm not even joking. And so when I was joking about, like, Pokemon Go to the polls, I did it. Not that we did it, Joe. I know. I just want to hear his concession speech. Have we gotten to a concession speech yet? So that's what I'm kind of waiting for now at this point, because it's 8 p.m. I just want to hear the concession speeches. But normally they have to call it one way or another. Hang on. I want to see where is it? That's 17 hours ago. Canada has fallen. Wait. You can go to sleep, Gus. You can go to sleep. The race is pretty soon. It's close. Gus, you're allowed to go to sleep. Not that Canada has fallen. Wait. It's because they're running as an independent. LeBron James. But see, all of this, like, I'm like, what is Kabbalah doing here? I need to, like, the whole point about the reason why I talk about politics is I just don't want the American-style politics here. Just check when you wake up. You'll be told everything at work tomorrow. It's looking pretty good for a minority. And that's good enough for me. The NDP, I mean, if they locked in their seats now at 10, is fine. And I've been transparent about my vote, is that, like, I've voted NDP. That's why I can say I never voted for Trudeau. However, I will be honest, this election I did. No, I'm flinging it out. I don't want. I want to see if the CBC map is back. I liked it, but it was slow going. Okay. I just like the UI is much nicer on this map. And the Libs need to go 162. And this NDP to hold their 10. I know. It's funny because, like, people talk about how, like, a coalition government was, like, taking over the will of the people, as it were. And it's just, like, a coalition government means that it represents more people than not. It's fascinating. I like it when the parties work together. I honestly wish. That's why I keep saying I wish the Conservatives and the Liberals would split their parties up into more true factions. And then I honestly wish we never had a majority government again. And that they had to work together. Proportional, get rid of first past the post, or I'm fine with, like, I would be fine with a majority government with a ranked choice ballot. If we had ranked choice ballot, I would be much better. I'd be much more comfortable with a majority government. And you know what's interesting here? I don't want to compare and contrast to the United States too much, but I actually would say premiers, so the leader of a province, the equivalent of a governor in the United States, the premier of a province actually has a comparable amount of power to a prime minister. It's different because there's different jurisdictions, but it's comparable. And so on a I think we make this big deal out of being a prime minister, but arguably a more important thing is your provincial minister. Like, we have David Eby in BC, Wabkanu, Manitoba, Doug Ford, Ontario, Danielle Smith, Alberta. See what that's done to the province. Okay. I'm like, I just don't want to miss the speeches. I just want to... I'm feeling vindictive. I just want to see Pierre Poilievre concede. Mike Morris? Let's fucking go. Where's the little green dot? This fucking map, dude. Sorry, that was very Canadian. This fucking right. I don't... Where are you at? Oh, that's right, I can't search it. The thing I like about the other map is I could search a name. Search for riding. Can I just search Mike Morris and see what comes up? No. The other map, you can search a name. Southeast near Toronto. Do you know the name of the riding? Oh, there he is. There he is, Kitchener Center. 25 polls, that's not too bad. Oh, it's neck and neck. Oh. Let's look at it on smart voting. I just like how the data is presented here. Kitchener Center. Oh, he was projected. He's the incumbent. That's right. He was projected to win. Progressive. Yeah. Move that over there. I don't like this one. It's close. Who's voting PPC? So, like, when I say don't split the vote in Nanaimo, when I see a PPC voting in here, like, those 26 votes, if you added the 20, because the people who are voting for the PPC here would absolutely vote for the Conservative. And so, like, this vote split here is almost, like, taking the win from the Conservative. Not that, like, but here's the thing, is the Liberal Party, like, this riding is very progressive, but... Man, one thing, the Newfoundland riding is so close, there's a few polls left, less than 100 votes difference. Which one? Let's go over. Yeah, that is 44.7. Vote split. Previously a con seat. What's it called? Miramichi. Yeah, neck and neck right there. So, listen. This is why it's like NDP Greens, like, come on. Lisa Harris. Terra Nova. Is that a seat? I mean, we have... What was the mountain riding, you guys? What was the name of that mountain riding? Yeah, when you got... Riding Mountain. Riding Mountain. Long Range Mountain. Miramichi, thank you, RJ. Super close. Terra Nova. Yeah, I can't get over Long Range Mountain. I can't get over that that's... Listen, I shouldn't make fun of it. It's Canada, after all, but Long Range Mountain? Yeah, oh yeah, it was this one. Yeah, this was the one that flipped to Conservative. Moose Mountain! How many different mountain ridings can we have? Let's look at Carleton again. Oh shit, is Gus here? Gus, there's a riding called Cardigan. Don't. You guys! Okay, there's still so many more polls to come in, but 4 of 66. Last it was 1, and he gained. Guys, there's a riding called Cardigan. I knew you'd find that funny. It's a Liberal riding. Did the good guys win? They're not there yet. But, they're not there yet.
for many, many years with Carolyn Bennett, and it is red now once again.
Okay, all right, Eli Glasner, who was with Leslie Church there. That's a story of Fortress Toronto, but if you go outside Toronto, it's a different story. Let's look at what is happening in the Greater Toronto area.
Well, I mean, it is close, but
the Greater Trudeau area.
It was rougher earlier.
The Liberals had on it, but look at what's happening now. Liberals are down.
It is close.
9
you're right,
seats,
but not as close as at the beginning. I was like,
are up 9. That is not what they were hoping for. What's happening in particular ridings? So let's look at Newmarket, Aurora here. This was the second slimmest margin of victory for the Liberals. Last time they hoped they would hang on to it, they are not. Let's look at Brampton. I spent a lot of time in Brampton. Even though this is a place affected by tariffs, everybody there talked about affordability and crime. They were very nervous. That may explain some of what you're seeing here with the Conservatives with the 419 vote lead. One more I want to look at here. This is Milton East, Halton Hills South. Brand new riding in Ontario. It was projected that it would be very close.
Vote split isn't the impact here.
And yet, with only 43 polls
I'm wondering for TR, what do you mean it's rigged?
If at the end of the night we are talking about a Liberal minority and not a Liberal majority, you might want to look at what happened in the GTA for some answers there, Rosie.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much, Adrian. I should tell you there are 5 ridings where
we don't
have any information yet at all.
There's one poll coming in.
But you can see there are 2 greens on the board there. And just
I was going to say, that's not a lot of votes.
Not confirmed, projected elected, but leading.
David Beckham! You guys, David Beckham is running.
With, of course, the co-leader, Elizabeth May, and Saanich Gulf.
He's a Liberal.
We'll, of course, keep you posted on whether those hold.
I know, it seems a little sus. I don't know if they'll hold.
Counting is slow in a lot of the British Columbia ridings, but I do want to take a look at what the seat change looks like at this point. And keep in mind, a lot of the seats in British Columbia are not projected to be done, to be elected, but still in play. But you can see both Conservatives and Liberals up by 3
I'm
each,
surprised the island is doing okay. Not okay, but
some examples
this island area is normally all orange.
Fraser Heights.
Everywhere's unfortunately
about this is John Aldag, who used to be an MP, running again.
What's going to be interesting, Justice, is going to be we don't have the numbers of the votes yet. So probably tomorrow, I won't talk about it. I'll talk about it the next stream on Wednesday, but the vote share, the numbers of the popular vote will be very interesting afterwards. Punish them with books and education. Because we're not banning books. Amber Glue, welcome in. Yeah, the Carleton riding, it's huge because the Carleton riding was impacted by an initiative called the Longest Ballot Committee. And the Longest Ballot Committee, they're protesting the fact that we have so set amounts of users, so set candidates. And so they target ridings and, they put as many people on the ballot as possible. I guess, hi, Jen! Hi, streamer! Hi, streamer. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the NDP shakes out. It's interesting to see these first ridings come in, but oh my god, Langley. There's Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge is interesting, but Langley is super conservative. So Langley's gonna be a super close race for sure. But they targeted. This isn't the first time they've done it. They've targeted other ridings in the past as well. I don't think, if anything, that would cause a vote split amongst more progressive votes. I don't think it would confuse anybody who wants to vote conservative. But I think they did that for the, how do you say? Como the, how do you say? Exposure. There we go. I got there eventually. I got the word. One person gets bad eyes. If they did that more than one riding, I might not think. Yeah, I know. They probably should have.
In Napierville, where Patrick O'Hara lost by 12 votes.
You know what they should have done, actually, Gordon? They should have done it in every single leader's riding. Elizabeth May. They should have done it in every riding. Hi, Caitlin Thompson.
Will not be winning the day. Linda Lapointe projected elected in that riding. So giving you a sense, Rosie, of how some of those numbers are firming up in this case. These are not just early numbers. Now we're projecting elected.
And that really tells the story about what's happening in Quebec. The bloc down and the Liberals picking things up there, which could help them on their road to...
I don't think the longest ballot committee... I don't think it will impact Pierre's riding. We'll be able to see the breakdown if we go to Carleton. Right, this riding I can't do that. Let's leave Cardigan and go to Carleton. We're gonna miss the speeches, you guys.
Very ambitious and very confident, right? Going into ridings like Saskatchewan, where we've been talking about Desnethi tonight, working on his French for that French language debate, showing that optimism that
there's
we can
the share of the
vote
vote
on Vancouver Island. A lot remains to be determined, but I think that optimism was telling, and I think that started to become a bit infectious. And
my computer, I need 32 gigs of RAM so that I can stream the Canadian election.
And then you saw Pierre Poilievre conversely sort of being resiling a bit and sometimes being replaced by Stephen Harper, which is a bit antithetical to that change narrative. You're talking about a guy who was the Prime Minister 10 years ago. So I think that's important to sort of understand in terms of what's been taking place
Oh,
here.
there we go.
And what I heard from folks in the 416, in the 905, is that message that
oh my God,
really
look at the
resonating.
greens.
So I heard that from James Maloney in Etobicoke Lakeshore. I heard that from people such
so
as Cream Bardisi, and I will just
where is his riding?
To Tayakon Park Delhi Park. He's been declared elected.
I need 64 gigs of RAM. I need 128.
That's a terrific result to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right to point out that issue of leaders' favorability, because that obviously...
Guys, I need a 4090 so I can render their their faces
what
better.
I'm not going to accept anymore is that Mark Carney's not a politician. He's a politician. That's it. There's no going back. That's who he is.
Now.
That's who he is for the...
I mean, if the NDP hold on to 11 seats, they should not be mad about that. They have performed terribly. They have ostracized their base. So I know we need to 3D model them on stream. Is for running Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, I know. Listen, if I can run Baldur's Gate 3 with an eye tracker, then we can look at some Google. Let me look at my computer stats at the moment. Task Manager. It was my internet that died earlier. My CPU is at 32%. Wait, why is it at 32%? Google Chrome's only using 3%. Okay, OBS is using 10. And my memory is at 40. Chrome is using a hefty amount of memory. Go watch I need to go watch it on the Bluest of Skies. Wait, what are you watching? I wish I had an edited video. I need to post it on Bluest. Oh, Blue Sky. Bluest of Skies, yes. You guys, okay. An aside, we don't see any speeches yet. You guys, my Instagram. You guys, the Swifties, I've gained, listen, it's not a big deal. It is a big deal to me. I've gained like 25 to 30 followers in the last day on Instagram because the Swifties, ignore this. The Swifties have discovered my Eras Tour hoodie videos. This one has 30,000 views, which is really cool. And this one has 20,000 views. The Swifties have discovered my Eras Tour hoodie video, but they're gonna get absolutely jump scared by the rest of my content. I know it's great, but then they're gonna come, listen, for anybody on YouTube that's watching me for political content, I normally stare at Gail looking like Superman with abs. So they're gonna get like jump scared by this content. By Asterion. They're gonna be like, what is going on? I'm gonna scare away all the Swifties. Shanks, welcome in. Is it over? Do you think they could come back? I think it's, oh, you mean the Conservatives? I don't think that, I don't know. They're projecting a liberal government. At this point, they're just projecting whether we're not sure if it's going to be a minority or majority government. What's this yellow thing? Oh, that was me highlighting the Langley Township. Sam, hello. Swifties like abs? Yeah, but here's the problem, okay? Instagram Reels is kind of prude. TikTok, you can post your shit everywhere. Like, I posted... not your shit. You can post anything on there. And, like, it's the Wild West. Sometimes they'll get hit with a community guideline, but the users aren't mean to you as they're mean on Instagram. Like, Instagram viewers are mean compared to TikTok. And so I'm just waiting for them to be like, look, okay? I'm waiting for them to just be absolutely tear me to shreds. But anyways, add quote liverable. Wait, what's Wednesday, Justice? Justice, what's on Wednesday? What's on Wednesday? Any speeches? Hell yeah.
In the lead right now.
Stone Cold Steve Rock, hell yeah. Hold on.
And sort of the conventional wisdom of this election has been that the NDP vote collapse would just all huddle around Mark Carney as the new Progressive Party avatar. But what you're seeing is a lot of those orange votes seem to have gone blue, or at least the orange ridings are going blue, because the dynamics were red and orange. Strong seconds and third. And you know what? Doug Ford rode this dynamic to a majority.
You'll have to watch the video sometime. Wait, are you posting a video on Wednesday, or are you streaming something?
Third place in vote share.
Different chats, TikTok for I know, like just so guys, I should make a reaction video to the different like comments. Yeah. So here's the complicated thing. If it's not that close, though, it might be a real liberal bloc coalition. Honestly, a liberal bloc coalition. I mean, like, Eves and Carney were like interacting quite a bit. I feel like Carney was respectful of like the Quebec agency, and I feel like Quebec really responded to that. Because the whole point is you can't force a pipeline through any province. Because that's more of that's legally a provincial jurisdiction. We're going back to politics real quick. But that would be interesting. Like, I don't have a problem with the, political, like, the problem with the Bloc Québécois is it's only for Quebec. But their political leaning, I'm actually quite in tune with. Aside from they're just for Quebec. Which one, Fairy? Tell us. Let's look. Let's look. Secretive, to build mystery, like Sarah McLachlan. Ooh. You're like, who is she? Who is this? She is mystery. She is demure. Justice the Gigglepuss Gang. Which one? There's two Coquitlam's. Port Moody or Port Coquitlam? Because Port Moody is... oh wait, hold on. This is the projection. Oh yeah, Port Moody Coquitlam. How many? Oh, 45 of 220. Oh, Bonita. Do you feel Bonita? Ron McKinnon. It's pretty close. 36, 256. Do you feel Bonita? Bonita is the incumbent. Yeah, same brain cell. You guys get extra booties. That's wild to see blue this far in. Richmond Center, fascinating. 22 votes in Delta. Delta was seen as pretty safe. 25, that's interesting. The thing that I don't like about all of these is you can't tell where the votes are. You can't see like the urban versus the rural, because most ridings have an urban and a rural section. But your heart breaks twice.
Okay, take a look at the bottom of your screen. That's what's got.
Ah! Who the fuck did that? Who did that? Silver Steer. Yeah, that's Elizabeth May. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. This one always is green. I would be surprised if Elizabeth May loses her seat. She could run this till the day she dies. I know, it scared me too. It's Darude Vowel. That's a good one. So early in the polls in the West, jumping, yeah, it's like chasing shadows for sure. But I wouldn't be, like, Elizabeth May's riding, like, how long has Elizabeth May held this riding for? So yeah, I'm not surprised there's green. This is, like, the biggest vote split there is, Nanaimo Ladysmith. But I'm happy to see, I mean, by 33, by 215, by 308, I'm surprised. I mean, it'll be interesting to see. Oh, the Langley Township flipped. Wait, isn't there... wait, Tamara Jansen. Oh, Tamara. There's two Tamaras. It is close. Just call Elizabeth May's riding already. There you go. There's your vowel. Oh my god, Kelowna. Wait, the Liberals are gonna... That's crazy. 1,500 votes. The Liberals take Kelowna. Most likely. I mean, it's not called yet, but that's pretty close. Oh, by 12 votes. That's crazy. 12 vote difference here. You are really starting to see the vote split here. The vote split starting to like the votes starting to conglomerate. Calgary Center. Let's see. Big surprise there. These are urban ridings, as you can tell. They're closer. The smaller the riding, the more urban the riding is. Typically. 46 votes. Oh, that is so close. See, okay, so there's a PPC vote split right there. Calgary's all blue. Besides 2, which is unheard of. I know. It's just that, like... This is Calgary. I mean, the vote share, that's close to 50%. Hi, Slim. Welcome back. We had to restart. I mean, this is a definitive win. At least, well, I mean, there's 7 polls here, but 57%. I can respect a riding that has more than 50%. Obviously, because that's more than 50% of the will. That's like the will of the people, right? Not that I agree with them. But we wouldn't have this problem if we had ranked choice. I know. It's fascinating. Let's go. Let's take a little look back. See into let's refresh Carleton. Burnaby. Oh wait, hold on. Oh man. Okay, that is close. Carleton. Cardigan. Carleton. 10 polls it. Oh my god. Oh my god. I know, that's crazy, dude. Dude. That's nuts. Hi, it's English only here because I don't... Is that Russian? I don't read Russian. Apologies. I know, you asked for Polyev, right? Let's look at... So, Burnaby... The Burnie Central is... Oh my gosh. Okay. So, 10 of 200 polls... Jugmead is in 3rd in his own riding. No, okay, so Hunter, in the same way that Russia wanted Trump to win, and so they endorsed Kamala. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Trump, you know, you want to hear, I don't want to platform Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan, but those two we're remissing the fact that Trump, they wanted Pierre Poilievre in so he could work with Trump. A Green won a seat. Yeah, they did. They did. I mean, they're gonna win. This is, unfortunately, this is the seat that's the safest. Unfortunately. Elizabeth May, she's the leader of the Green Party, co-leader, as it were. They, like, how long has Elizabeth May? It's called Saanich. She was elected in 2011. And she's held that seat since then. So how many years is that? She's been in there a while. She's been in there a while for the Green Party. I don't think Carney is Trump's dream. I really don't. Because I don't think Pierre has a fucking clue about what Trump is actually trying to do. It would go over his head. Carney at least economically probably understands better than most what Trump is trying to do. As in, like, bullying other countries into submission financially. But Carney knows, I don't know. Carney, being a central banker, I can't believe this election has me rooting for a central banker. But many years ago, I know, so yeah, she's at her seat for 14 years. But thankfully, hey, you know what, it's a green seat, and also Slim, we've got another green, what, uh-oh. Kitchener Center, no! God damn it, could you imagine? Oh my god. Kitchener Center loses. Come on, Mike, I know. This was the vote, oh my god. That's closer than you would like in Kitchener Center. Looking at all the seats. It's blue, even though it's at 34%. 60? Like 70, yeah, like 65% of the vote. You have to go there. Yeah, not to Kitchener Center anymore, apparently. 65 of 213, though. So not too many, like, not even half the polls reporting. He is if the conservatives are right about him. Make the economy worse. He invested interest in the states. Personally hoping the cons are wrong. Someone's right and someone's wrong. Yeah. I mean... The thing is, the close ties that Pierre has to, like, Danielle Smith, as to, like, Kevin O'Leary, and even, like, has been, like, had an interview with Jordan Peterson. I, like, do not politically align with Jordan Peterson, but what I'm saying is, that whole cohort agrees with the 51st state narrative. And if that cohort agrees with the 51st state narrative, likes the concept of merging with the United States in any capacity, and they're supporting Pierre Poilievre. Saanich Islands, good luck. It's financially... it's Saanich Gulf Islands. It is really beautiful. It is very beautiful, and the ferries come in there. Demon, I don't know. It's the thing is, like, let me see if I can find it. Tell me if I'm missing the speeches, you guys. Although it's nowhere near speech time yet. I don't think. You guys tell me if it's speech time. That's only if Trump actually wanted Carney instead of PP. I doubt he was on board with PP. Yeah, and so here's the thing. Danielle Smith, very conservative out of Alberta. Danielle Smith, she was on a podcast. Danielle Smith was on a podcast talking about how she was working with the Republican Party and advocating. Danielle Smith, provincial, she's the leader of the Alberta in Alberta, was advocating on behalf of Pierre Poilievre to the Republican Party. I know, exactly. So Trump did a little, like, Trump was trying to do a little bit of reverse psychology, saying, like, he'd want to work with Carney. Terra Nova and Newfoundland is fucking tied! Okay, hold on. I'm just trying to get you this clip, because this clip is what kind of solidifies for me the fact that these very conservative leaning... I'm trying to find it for you guys. Not the carnivore diet. I just want to find the one specific clip. I don't trust a 20... Yeah. You summoned my... Blue Dream! Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can... Okay, here. Tell me if I'm missing... Tell me if I'm missing... Okay. Tell me if I'm missing the, speeches. I don't think speeches are happening yet. Okay, trigger warning, Joe Rogan. And... Trigger warning, Joe Rogan, and I'm joking about the trigger warning. And Jordan Peterson. So this clip kind of solidified to me that Trump wanted Pierre, or Trump wanted to work with a conservative government, and now they're upset about it.
Is going to be difficult for Donald Trump to deal with because he is so well connected.
Sorry, there's a preamble.
The country's in... It's very sad, and I was hoping...
They could be the 51st state.
Yeah, well, that's what happened. So two things.
Yes,
back to that.
That was the big one.
Carney showed up just in the nick of time to save the burning damsel from the train tracks, or whatever the hell it is. And...
The rhetoric.
And then Trump. He just timed it so badly. And he didn't know. He didn't know what it would do. He didn't know. But that's also...
He didn't know what calling us the 51st state would do.
How do you not know that people have national pride?
Yeah, he knew that, but he didn't know what the electoral consequences would be. He didn't know that would shift them to the Liberals so radically. And he's going to pay for that, because once Carney is elected, if that happens...
So you need to keep in mind, these are conservative, like Joe Rogan is a conservative talk show host. Jordan Peterson is ridiculously conservative. And here's what very conservative Jordan Peterson has to say.
Trump will not have a more seasoned enemy in the West.
He says Trump will not have a more seasoned enemy in the West. Peterson is not a Canadian hero, but here's what he has to say. If you don't believe what I have to say, because I'm left-leaning, the conservative man just said that Carney... If Carney is elected, Trump will not have a more seasoned enemy than Mark Carney. But sure, Pierre Poilievre is going to be strong against Trump, even though these two very conservative, very pro-Trump talk show hosts, Joe Rogan, talk show host, and they're talking about this, right? So I don't agree with these guys, but they're speaking very honestly here, knowing that the polling, say April 24th, knowing that the polling is showing what it is, and Trump didn't know that all of his rhetoric would unite Canada, and so to save face, he's like, I actually want to run against Carney. I know. But listen, I'm using him to point out that, like, this very conservative man is doing my job for me to say that, like, Carney is going to be stronger against Trump. I'm just putting that out there. These are your guys. These are the conservative guys. The guys that are talking. So anyways. No. I'm just trying. I'm like, can I reach? My question is, like, I'm wondering if I can, like, get through. I'm just wondering if I can get through. Anyways, you guys can have Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson wants to move to the US. You guys can have him. You guys can have Wayne Gretzky. But, you know. Are they doing speeches? What was we want to talk about my Instagram? I know, Blue. But here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. Is people want to talk about, like, Trump is the problem, Trump this, Trump that. From a left perspective, there's a systemic problem, and we need to reach people on an individual level. If we want systemic change, we need to reach people on an individual level. I was talking about I never replied to Slim in the Discord, I feel bad. But we kind of talked it out on stream. But in the politics channel, when I was thinking about it, I was saying, like, let me read. How do we on a micro level pull people back from that perspective? How do we teach people empathy, get people to care about people other than themselves and other people like themselves? The permanent solution to this whole situation is changing hearts and minds of individual people. And I think that the reason why people feel so disheartened, specifically on the left, is because I think we deep down know how hard it is to change people's hearts and minds, right? Because it's very easy for me to blame Pierre Poilievre. It's very easy for me to blame Maxime Bernier, for instance, who's very conservative. But it's harder to recognize how hard it is to change hearts and minds about people other than themselves. You know what I mean? Work out our environmental footprint. I say we have to clean shoes and talk to me. If everywhere did it like Alberta, we'd freeze. What are you talking about? You're talking about, like, burning coal? You want to burn, like, you want to go back to, wait, what are you talking about? We have a messaging issue. We have a, like, I think we have a bit of a unity issue as well. Show the boomers Schoolhouse Rock. Yeah. You know, like, show them the, hold on, we gotta put on our, Bardcore back on. We gotta bring the vibes back. It's also very hard to accept that many people are inherently broken, selfish, and cruel, with no concern for anyone else. Teaching empathy is something that shouldn't be necessary in a civilized society. It shouldn't be necessary, Justice, but what I'm saying is that, like, unfortunately, it is necessary. That is the reality of the situation. And, like, it shouldn't be on a minority group to educate a non-minority, but unfortunately, that's the situation we are in. And there's the ideal, and then there's the reality, and it's like bridging the gap between the two. You know what I mean? Selfishness is built into the core. It's the individualistic society. It's it's like the cult of the individual, and what MAGA and what the conservatives movements are, whether you like it or not, they are community. They are finding community with each other, right? And they are unified in community. And I think what we are feeling right now is a call for, on either side, I think the right wing is just a little bit more ahead in that regard. Not, like, they're ahead in searching for a community. And that's why they're so unified. But our base is not a guarantee. We have to work our asses off to have our needs met. And especially, this is something I experience on, like, the leftist side, especially seeing on TikTok and that kind of stuff, is that people, if you aren't in the 100%, if I don't agree with you 100%, this is not me, but when you're interacting with somebody and they don't have the exact same viewpoints as you, you're inherently, the perception is you're opposed to that person, right? Versus whether, I think you need about 70%. That's my own theory. This is, like, not based in, like, a scientific study. I think you need to have 70% of like core of your beliefs to be similar. And if there's 30% difference, then work it out. And that's where my smart voting comes from. That's where the strategic voting is. These parties, I mean, the Liberal Party is economically too centered for me, but I am more in agreement with these groups. And I'm like, I agree I agree probably, it says 79%, 74%, you guys can't see it, it's underneath me. If I make it smaller. I'm 79% in agreement with the Green Party, I'm 74% in agreement with the NDP. I'm 63% in agreement with the Liberal Party, so I'm not even close to the 70%. But if you're in 70% agreement, there's enough common ground to be had. I have a family member who's cancer from Agent Orange. His surgery was canceled while in the waiting room because they fired the VA employee that does the ordering for surgical materials. And this insert word here. And his wife still voted for Trump and Elon. What, like, that's, yeah. Voting against your best interest. The sense that you guys have too much connecting with the masses. Climate change is, especially how we have the cleanest energy on Earth. We barely touch our footprint. And it's cost people so much money. Well, so the problem is, I'm falling behind on chat. Sorry, Gordon. Please, somebody tell me if they're doing speeches. Not doing speeches yet. Fuck, let's close Joe Rogan. I think that when you're thinking, Gordon, like, 100 years from now, society is not going, like, the trajectory is not going to be dependent on oil. And so we need to, even not from a ecological standpoint, or like I agree with from the climate change perspective, but I'm trying to appeal to you from not a climate change perspective, is that financially, it does not make sense to stay invested in oil, entrenched in oil. And this is probably an unpopular opinion from BC. We have a ton of hydroelectric power, right? We put dams. Now, I think we need to do proper environmental studies and assessments and rights, like getting the rights from the appropriate First Nations people. But hydroelectric power, super important, right? Alberta, you guys could do a ton of solar power in the summer because you guys don't really experience as much rain. And so I think like Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba could become solar farms in the summer. Right? And so the point is, 100 years from now, oil is not going to be a substantial, like, it's not good to make oil have all your eggs in one basket. Bonding and connection is scary. Absolutely, Umber Glue, I agree, it's scary. Very much. Is this medieval Taylor Swift? It is. It is. I'm sorry, I'm super behind. Individualism, and we act as a coalition, doesn't much I'm against individualism, is what I'm saying. Could be understand. I'm sorry for not paying attention in class. I'm distracted by the tunes. Me too. It's all good. Carney's output per person is sliding. Canada's output per person is sliding. Carney leads a investor bloc that vows to speed up phase out of oil and gas. Choking the industry is still propping up Canada. I mean, the problem is, David, is Danielle Smith in Alberta has been refusing federal aid from Trudeau to diversify energy supply. They want to go all in on oil. And so they want to double down on the oil in Alberta. And what I'm saying is we do need to phase out oil and gas. We don't want to do it immediately because you're very right. It is very crucial. Actually, the biggest industry in Canada is housing, but that's a whole other issue from energy. However, you're right. We don't want to just completely cold turkey it. But I feel like Alberta is not willing to discuss or entertain the idea of moving away from an oil monopoly. Not monopoly, but like an oil-dependent economy. choking on our own people while other people increase their footprints. Well, so my problem is also we have made climate change an individual burden. Meanwhile, the burden should be on corporations to pay their fair share, to put it bluntly, in their contributions to the the environmental crisis. And so, what my view is, it is up to the government to regulate, to make sure that companies, maybe for the sake, not for the sake of alt profit, but maybe if that holding companies to account. So maybe they're a little bit less profitable. They still are profitable, a little bit less profitable, and a little bit more environmentally sensitive. Opinions on Satan? I'm neither here nor there, honestly. Honestly, neither here nor there. Love things that values individual functioning hive. Well, I don't think so, Polish. Any amount of dissent makes you I agree, and I agree and I disagree, but you're right. I was talking about that before, but not necessarily a pariah, but I think that we need to entertain debates and discussions. So it doesn't mean everyone funnels into the same viewpoint, but if you have 70% of the same viewpoint as someone else, the other 30% can be debated, discussed, but is not a point for, canceling someone. That being said, I won't make another one. We need to work on diversifying our energy economy. Can we ship out oil? Sure. Diversifying should be a huge priority. 100%. You think, no, I don't. Ivan, I don't think I have the authority to tell people what to think and do, but I'm streaming. I'm just discussing my thoughts and opinions. I don't think I have the authority to impose that on someone else. But I think I have the authority to just discuss it. And if you're here to hang out, then sure. Keep putting on people at work intended to be... But trickle-down economics doesn't work. We've established this. We had one small window that went really well when Rachel Notley and the NEP were in power. Nuclear power is the cleanest. Reactors, rods can be changed while the reactor is still operating. Nuclear power, sure. I mean, there's been there's a number of solutions, but Danielle Smith is doubling down on oil, but there are other options. There's been calculations about the amount of solar power Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba in the summer months, because of the lack of rain and the lack of cloud cover, they could generate tons of solar energy. The Lizard Army, Justice. Personally, I hope the world continues to fight over these things so that lizard armies can take over. Justice. That sounds like something a lizard person would say, Justice. That sounds like something a lizard person would say. I have the right to say how I feel. I'm not imposing my viewpoints on someone else. You guys are free to go. You guys are free to go. But you're hanging out and listening. And so, oh wait, hold on, let's go back. Am I missing the speeches? Is she crying? No, I think she's just tired.
Has won her riding of Saanich Gulf Islands with a significant lead, more than 2,500 votes. This
fascinating.
She was first elected in 2011. She continues to be the co-leader of the party. Her other co-leader lost in his riding in Outremont, so we'll see what that means for the future of that party.
Okay, check out how different this polling is. We have 6,500. So she has she is almost double the Conservative. That is wild. The polling difference is absolutely crazy. Man, crazy. I'm back. Who won? The Liberals are winning a minority at the moment. The contradiction? No, sure, Ivan, spell it out for me. Reasonable discussion over rage bait. Inherent. Oh, I know. I don't think that there's any discussion to be had on Twitter. It's just yelling. But I think that the live format is uniquely different in which we can gauge this way. Disagree just fine, yeah. No, I know, but I'm saying Alberta has potential to diversify its energy. Like they could, I've said multiple times they could do solar if they wanted to. But again, I guess if they don't want to, sure. But I think it's for their. I'm just saying my opinions. But I don't have power in Alberta. I can't. I'm not imposing anything on Alberta. But I'm just saying, in 100 years, oil is going to be a very minimally used resource. Am I missing any? I'm the one person who lives in none of it. How we doing? How we doing? What's going on? It looks like the ridings are kind of shaken out. Let me move over here. Actually, I want to search by riding specifically. Where's Jugmeat's riding? Burnaby Central. Damn. Jugmeat losing his riding. What a crazy vote split. That's crazy. There's 2 Tamaras. There's 2 conservative Tamaras. Which province? I am in British Columbia. I'm up in here. I think as far as vehicles, she's right. We'll move on for oil at least. Not Katy Perry. I know. So, but I think that it should be less on the individual. We did a great job at marketing in schools. Climate change is real, but we did a great job at making the onus on the individual person. Meaning like plastic straws, bags, all that kind of stuff. Meanwhile, sure, like I'm happy to use plastic. I actually use metal straws. I have my own, like I bring my straw, but I don't care. I actually prefer drinking cold things out of a metal straw. Even I prefer the metal to the plastic, but the onus shouldn't be on the individual. It should be on corporations. Okay, YouTube, can you guys tell me about why you keep bringing up wigs and extensions? Can somebody tell me? Okay, so Gordon, you've been hanging out here the whole time. It's like a consistent thing that keeps coming up. Why is it such a big deal? Why does it matter if I have extensions or not? I don't. But why does it even matter? Depending on land availability and climate, I would say nuclear or wind has the best chance to be... I know. Nuclear, wind, Canada energy production. I mean... We have so much water though, so like hydroelectric is also a huge component. What are you, Polish? Your hair is pretty. Thank you, Gordon. Okay, Gordon. Okay, I'll take it. Listen, I can't tell YouTube my insecurities.
I'm one with the farts. I'm one with the farts.
I talk about my insecurities on Twitch. When I'm not streaming on YouTube.
I may be a hater and a gatekeeper, but
I don't know,
I'm also
Fairy.
God's favorite princess and
they like my hair,
the
I
most
guess.
interesting girl in the world.
It's too perfect to be real. Stop it, TR Carter. Oh my god, you're gonna give me a complex. Because oh my god, I need to screenshot that. Stop it. Flooding is for hydro is an issue for sure. However, it can be done.
Ducks. I like
Razzie!
ducks.
I missed your stream. It's all good. No, we're covering the election. Have I missed the speeches yet? Oh no, I paused it.
In British Columbia.
I'm like, wow, they're still talking about Elizabeth May. I'm like, that's crazy that they're still talking about Elizabeth May. Oh my god.
If you hate
but we're here to... Yeah, Razzie, I'm not normally streaming this late. No, they're not extensions. Wait, hold on. Okay, as long as you don't judge me, YouTube, here, I'll turn off the screen for a second. YouTube, as long as you don't judge me for my headphone heads, okay? This is listen, okay? I know my hair is compressed from the headphones. This is just... just my bangs. They're real. It's real. How do I prove to you it's real? Not that I shouldn't have to prove to I shouldn't have to prove to YouTube to anything. I was thinking about it. Liberals have majority? What do you mean? They're still projecting. They have minority at the moment. They're winning for sure. They're not close to a majority yet. It's neck and neck. It's 172 and they're 10 seats down. Theoretically. I'm trying to use as many websites as possible because they've all been different. I have high hopes. Actually, Razzie, I want a liberal minority. Because the liberals will have to work with so here's the thing. Is liberals plus NDP does not equal majority either. Meaning the liberals will have to work with the NDP and the conservatives likely won't work with them. But they'll have to work with the Bloc, the NDP, and the Green to get anything passed. Which means it represents most amount of people. Nuclear, about energies, about the energy you can use in your whole life can fit in a soda can pop. I'm not opposed to nuclear energy. No. What do you mean by being anti-individualism? Oh, sorry. I think that people right now are starved for community. The main places to find community are in churches and online. And I think that as somebody who often puts, how do I put this? I am very much a person that's like, the trolley problem, when it's like one person versus 5 on the other side of the tracks, I'm pulling the lever 100%. I will absolutely make the decision to save 5 people instead of 1. I'm very much for the collective over the individual. Does that make sense? So, but that's what I'm saying, is people are starved for connection and community. I'm not saying we all have to be the same people. But I think that, like, this individualistic centered society has made people isolated. Gets booted, which he likely will, then maybe the PC will work on the liberals with some stuff. Housing is a big one, they can't afford to be against. I will not pull the lever. I would pull the lever to save 5 over 1. I know there's so many different variations of the trolley problem, but that's where I lie. Let's look at Carney won his seat, right? You guys, it's growing! You know what's crazy? Is that the conservatives, I mean, this was their election to win 2 months ago. But the conservatives are gaining seats in other areas. So the fact that the conservatives are gaining seats in other areas, but Pierre is losing his seat, is showing that he's unpopular. This is Pierre Poilievre's riding, and Bruce Fanjoy is gaining. I close my eyes and start flipping. The trolley problem is different in America because we don't have public we were like, what's public transportation? Yeah. And then the trolley would hit all 5 people, and then you'd have the National Trolley Association advocating how it's safe to have trolleys in America. More options for intellectual discovery, and the more individuals will, I don't know, hobbies and knowledge base make local coherence less of an option. Have you seen The Dark Knight when Joker wants the convict and civilian boats to blow up each other, but both choose not to? That's true. Yeah. I have seen that. We have feet. Chevrolets, get out of here. Get out of here. You know, Gordon, Gordon, I've said a lot of bad things. Intentionally and unintentionally.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
I'd pull the lever? Yeah, okay. So the trolley problem has somebody tell me if they're doing speeches. Carney will be the last speech. So, here's the trolley problem, you guys. This is it in its base form. Here's the trolley. It's chugging along. It's gonna go and hit this one person. Or, if you pull this lever... Wait, hold on. No, it's the other way around. It's the other way around. Just kidding. It's the other way around. The trolley's chugging along and it's gonna hit these 5 people. You do nothing. You do nothing and it hits those 5 people. There's variations on it. Or, you pull the lever. You make the choice. You make the choice to pull the lever. And you kill this one person, and you save 5 people. That's it. That's the stream. That's Cyanide and Happiness. Fairy, we're not gonna complicate it. We're not gonna complicate it. We're doing base trolley problem. Because there is that. It's like, okay, but the 5 people are axe murderers. The 5 people are axe murderers, and the 1 person is the Pope. Or, you know, there's 2 children, 1 mother, and 2 seniors. Like, there's different ones. But it's just 5 and 1. And Katy Perry streams you from space making that choice. Exactly. David, get the fuck out of here. I don't like the trolley because it doesn't allow for more options. It's an entirely false dilemma. It's not a false dilemma, though. It does, the base of it at its core, I think, has value. Oh my god! What is this? You guys! This is so... YouTube, you are insane. YouTube, you are insane about my hair. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, YouTube. It's time for you to get educated, okay? It's time for you to get educated. I'm not trying to, like, pose or anything. This is... Okay, listen. Okay. It's just a different color. It's blonde because my sister is getting married. And she wants me to have natural colored hair. I'm a purple-haired, pink-haired. I've had multiple colors of hair, okay? And none of this is a fucking wig. You've been here 5 seconds. There's 4 years of data on Twitch. There's 4. It does look like a wig. And that's the amazing part, is that it's my hair. It's my very real hair. You wanna see how you know it's my real hair? Hold on, I can show you. I can show you. It looks, listen, when it fades, it looks fucking terrible. Do you wanna see something? This was me after purple hair. You think somebody would buy a wig that looks like that? I'm just saying, you think somebody would buy a wig? Y'all are fucking wild. But that's my real hair. I know, but they're obsessed with it, Justice. They're obsessed with it. Like, it's so funny. J-Dubs, am I late to the wig time? J-Dubs, get the fuck out of here, you hooligan. Thanks, thanks, Chris. YouTube's obsessed with my hair. It's fucking wild. On the trolley, the trolley's heading along, and it's gonna hit 1 person. But if you pull the lever, it's gonna hit 5 YouTube commenters that are talking about my hair. I pull the lever. I'm teasing. Okay, wait, yeah. There's 5 YouTube people talking about my hair. I'll pull the lever every time. The 1 person is your hair. You guys are fucking wild, dude. And you can see, like, this is my hair in a ponytail, okay? I also wear a toque sometimes to prove I'm Canadian. I can't believe, Chris, Chris, PP's losing his riding. What do you want me to do? I'm pulling my hair. It's not even hair extensions. I don't know how to prove it. How do I prove it's not hair extensions? I just have like a, I have like a wolf cut. Yeah, I hit Putin. I'm teasing though. Like, it's kind of funny. It's funny at this point. Ooh, Edmonton. Okay. Man. Oh my God. Look at Calgary. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my gosh, look at that. I mean, that was previously a conservative seat. I mean, it's close. The ridings are locking in. This is Kelowna is wild to me. Yeah, I know. Hi, Captain. Gerrymandering, I mean, my boy more, I know. You can't just ban them, don't entertain. I know. Listen, it's great. It's good for my engagement, at least. It's good for my engagement, right? Ooh, what's this? NDP hold. So Jugmeat absolutely losing his riding. Look at this. 19%. That's wild. There's no way he comes back from that. Whoa. I think that it'll be interesting. This election is close. It'll be interesting to see what happens in these ridings because, listen, it's so close. And Gordon, or any other more conservative people in chat, you can agree, like, so they hold 35% of the vote. NDP very left-leaning. Heck, even if you moved, the conservatives the conservatives will probably not hold on to this riding let's say the conservatives win New West, Burnaby, Millardville, right? They're not going to hold on to that riding in the future, in that, like, the left will do something. I don't know. I don't know who the next leader would be. You know who I'd love to see? Although he's the premier, I would love to see Wab Canoe. But, I mean, like, he's provincial, in Manitoba. PC part might revolt against the populace. So, the progressive conservatives, yeah. So, Chris, what I've been advocating for is a split in the conservatives and a split in the liberals, right? So the centrist people split away from the liberals, and then we get an actual left liberal party. And the conservatives, the social conservative party, the social conservatives within the conservative government splits. And then you get, like, the fiscal conservatives, the ones that Carney would probably run for in the past. And so you get the split of these two massive voting blocks, and that you just always have a minority government, and they have to work together. Thanks, Slim. I don't know what they said, I trust you. I missed it. Honestly, though, RJ, I'm not sure if there's a clear NDP. Yeah, there's not really a clear leader at the moment. As a person with a brain, I hiss it. If you're gonna hop accounts, listen. Thanks, Slim. I trust you. Slim, thank you for coming back. Divide and conquer? No, divide and work together. Because I don't really want to see, like, it's better for the country when all of the parties are distilled to their truest form. Does that make sense? And so that they have a genuine identity. Because right now, Carney is would have been a a conservative 10 years ago, right? But then this new conservative government, this new conservative leadership under Poilievre, I actually didn't mind O'Toole, and the Andrew Scheer was just kind of like whatever. But I'm hoping, like, I think it's better. I think a bunch of smaller parties is better. Pick off the hair troll trying to be the, and that's why you need mods. Pick off the hair troll trying to one guy. I didn't even see what they were writing. Conquer, work together. Oh, like Conquer. Sorry. I interpreted Conquer as like. I interpret it incorrectly. I think in the context of that statement. What just happened there? We saw that happen in real time. That went right away. Ooh, that was close. Richmond East. It just flipped. O'Toole, like, he didn't have the weird social tinge that a lot the more recent conservatives have had. I mean, even still, O'Toole is kind of recent. But he didn't have, like, he is, like, more like a conservative in the way Doug Ford is. And a lot of people are saying that Doug Ford is going to be vying for the federal conservative seat. I don't know who the conservatives put in. Maybe Jason Kenney. Could you imagine if they went, oh my god, Christy Clark? More neutral party? Wait, what? We're talking Neuralink or Skynet? What are we talking about? In sparser populated, there wouldn't be enough candidates to represent all parties. I mean, that already exists. RJ. That already exists. That's already a problem. Smaller parties and ranked choice. But we're not gonna get it. Doug absolutely will. He's been, yeah, I know. So Doug has been, like, intentionally not helping, PP. Also, like, the conservatives have no business holding on to Kitchener Center. Mike. It'll be interesting. This minority government will be interesting because I think that, like, a lot of these see, this is what I was expecting to happen to the island. Whoa, Victoria. There we go. Okay, whoa. Liberal gain from NDP. Massive flip. Liberal gain from NDP. There's not even a... It's not even close. Nanaimo locked in. Massive vote split. Oh. That's interesting. I don't want to... I was saying funny cap for parties. More parties available. No worries. That's why I'm not around. Hey, you know what? Take some time offline. Touch grass. Touch grass.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
Shut the fuck up. Justice, is that you? Oh my god. Do you guys see that? Do you guys see that? Oh my god. YouTube, you'll see it in a second. Hold on. Shut the fuck up. Justice? Wig Frosty? Help! Stop, I'm never gonna beat the wig comparisons. I should just, oh my god. Hi, I'm new here. Hi, Justice? I bet you, I would bet money. Hi, Wig Frosty. Wait. Shut the fuck up, Justice. I know it's you. I know it's you. That's so funny. Oh my god. I do love, honestly, the compliments are nice. Have you worn Vigs? When will you wear Vigs? you little butt. You little butt. Hi. Also, Razzie, I'm sorry. It's been a time. There's been a lot going on. Has speeches yet? There's still 200,000 people watching. NZ. Ugh. New Zealand, no spiders. I don't really want to listen. Is anybody speeching yet? They haven't called it. It's who's Justice Earl? Oh my god, Earl made it to YouTube. Oh, is it Earl that's doing Wig Frosty? Oh my god, wait, that is Earl's thing though, because Earl gifts subs. Shit. Oh no, I was so confident it was Justice. Speech. I just want to hear. No, so normally what happens is the other party leader, like Pierre will do a speech, and the last person to do the speech is the winner. The perceived winner. No speeches yet. No, you are funny, Earl. You are funny. Oh my god, you little hooligans. You little wildlings. Jen, I've typed in your chat 2 times. Do you think I make another name? I've typed in your chat 3 times. Do you think I would make another name to type 0 times in here? But you're on YouTube. Wig Frosty followed on Twitch. I don't know. Pierre's gonna do 2 speeches from the sounds of it. How did you hear it? What's YouTube? Oh. Oh my god. Who's Earl? Who's doing this and why? Oh no. I'll take the hair trolls. I'll take YouTube. Oh my god. You guys are crazy. You guys are so silly. I love it though. I love the shenanigans. You don't give subs, Earl. Don't you worry. Wig Frosty. Yeah, Yogurt followed on Twitch? I don't know what that means. Also, I know. 2 defeat speeches. One is leader, and one is not party member anymore. Earl! Earl with the super chat! Do you like gay bears? Let me know. I mean, like, listen. I always say, I'd rather encounter a bear in the woods. Either kind is fine. Earl, thank you for the $10 and get... Earl, you're freaking wilding. Earl, you're crazy. You're so funny. If you guys don't know, Earl... You should. Well, Justice, I know you're choosing the bear. God damn it. Yes, you've recently come out by... There you go. Yeah. So, no, but I go for walks every single day. And in the springtime, I have pictures of bears. Last year, you guys, I posted pictures of the bears I see. They're scared. They run away from me. They're like, God damn, listen, I'm blonde right now, but normally, you guys saw the purple hair. They're like, oh my god, a purple hair bisexual, we better run away. Unless he is Denda. Earl.
Ducks. I like ducks.
Earl here. Earl Frosty. Earl Wig. An anonymous, I wonder who that could be. An anonymous gifter gifted a subscription to Love Your Hair, hope you win. Thanks. Oh my god. Are you trying to get Love Your Hair, hope you win to come to stream? Oh yeah, I know you guys are all in Discord right now. You guys are all yapping, canoodling, cohorting, plotting, Wigan United. I thought Wig Frosty was Justice. Now I'm not so sure. Ever since Tony went from radio to TV, he thinks. I know! Hey, you know what? I'll take wig cult over the cult of Rob. Where's Canada? Who's Canada? Don't ask. Listen. Don't you fucking ask why is Canada. We're a sovereign country. Cult? I like cults. Says Chris, not me. Don't take that out of context. Good lord, there's one poll left in Terra Nova. And Red is stealing it by like 40 notes. Votes. Do we like the cons or barbecue?
Ducks.
Oh my god, ducks.
I like
why
ducks.
Canada? Why? Earl, this isn't bad. This is mediocre. Honestly, this is what I wanted, was a liberal minority. Red is... The colors are flipped.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
Taco Tuesday. That's hilarious. That's a great username. Taco Tuesday, welcome in. Earl, the colors are flipped. So the liberal government is a moderately left party. And the conservative is a conservative... The blue is a conservative government. Hi, Taco Tuesday. You've literally topped that conservative PP? Pierre Polyev, wouldn't be surprised. It was in a Boston hotel room, 23. Earl, I believe you. I don't... Razzie, this is after hours. I've never streamed this late before. I'm just waiting for speeches, god damn it. It's a liberal minority. This username, oh my god. So, if you guys... YouTube is probably confused right now. Not Earl on YouTube, but there's a whole little gaggle of gooses, of goofy goobers in a Discord call, led by Justice of the Gigglepuss Gang. Well, actually, I would argue it's led by Earl at the moment.
I like ducks.
Not pee-pee poo-poo! An anonymous gifted sub to peep- Oh my god. What is- I'm doing serious political content here. I'm a serious streamer! What's a Discord? Discord these nuts in your mouth, Earl. I'm kidding. Thank you for the gifted subs to Pee Pee Poo Poo. Here. Can you give your speech though? We know you have 2 charts. Listen, oh, this is the... What? Oh my god, look, uh-oh. Is this the conservative? They look a little worried. Yeah. Oh my god, it's so empty. They're preparing though. It looks like they're preparing. Tony, I'm a serious streamer. No, they're worried it's over. Listen, this is wasn't what they were expecting. At least. I literally didn't give any subs. Don't you, Earl? Who's gaslighting me? Somebody is. Help what, Razzie, go to bed. It's late for you. It's a liberal minority. It's fine. Ignore. Remember, be humble. My victory speeches. My favorite... Oh, I've got it. Okay, Google. What's 79 in French? Say it out loud. Did anybody's Google go off? Tell me if your Google went off. Please tell me. Please tell me. Please tell me. I would die dead. Then might try pushing the governor general to redo the election. Harper did that about 20 years ago. I don't think that would work out in their favor, though, because the conservative picked up some writings that they really shouldn't have. My Google didn't Google these 70 nuts. 70 nuts. The thing is, I mean, I don't think that the conservatives would do. Do you think that they would? Because, like, I mean, the thing is, they are picking up writings they have no business picking up. And so, like, if we were to go to here, like, the island, they have no business picking up this writing. They have no business picking up Kitchener, Ontario. And so they're picking up writings that they really shouldn't have. This one. And so these riding... Oh, hold on. I'm not showing you guys. I can live with that. I'm glad Razzies went off. See, like, the vote split here? These ridings would rework. I don't know if it would change anything. And this is the other one, Nanaimo Ladysmith. I mean, like, honestly, let's see, NDP has 3 seats locked in. Yikers. 8? I don't know if they're holding on to 8. Speech? No speech. Come on. Speech. I want to go to bed. Is the Conservative Party over there just as bad as the one over here? I mean, it's like the conservative, like, right-wing parties have, there's an international, like, coalition of conservative parties, essentially, that they work on the same talking points. And actually, Stephen Harper's involved in it. But, hold on, I'm looking at the bottom corner. But, you know, Lester Azrani, who are you talking about? Yeah, the IDU, exactly. The IDU. Thank you, Chris. My brain was not remembering. The green split on Kitchener is savage, given the seats. So I think if they did petition for a new one, I guess, like Chris was talking about, I think that, like, it wouldn't work out in the conservative favor. Oh shit! Can I show this? My Google went off. I triggered my own Google. Oh my god. The cooking? You guys want to see some cooking, or do you guys want to be surprised? It might be too late. I want to give the cooking absolutely front and center. Oh my god. Yummy! I love it! Yummy! I'm so glad that my hair looks like hair and not like a wig. Yummy, do you want to share it? I could upload it right now. Can I? Wait, can I? Here, I'll type it. That's it. It's literally perfection. The only problem is that the thing I sent, because, like, if you zoom out, yeah. So 172 to 4 majority. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. And I'm actually kind of glad. You know what's also interesting? If the NDPs hold on to their seats, or hold on to those 8 seats, and the Green only gets 1 seat, the Liberals, the NDP, and the Green cannot pass legislation either. They're going to need support from a Conservative or from a Bloc. So this is going... If the Liberals want to get anything done in this election... Sorry, not in this election, in this government, they are going to have to work with a lot of people. Yeah, what Chris is saying. Yummy, incredible cooking. 95% cooked. Yeah. 100%. Not mad. However, I am curious to see what happens in these ridings later. It is wild how off smart voting was in some of these predictions. Let's check back in Carleton. Yeah. He's gonna lose Carleton. PP! Loses his seat. So it's both, Captain. Captain, it's both. The seats matter. And then whoever, it would be minority leader Mark Carney. To be fair, here's the thing, right? If we bring it back, I just want to see speeches. They're talking over the Conservative Party. Oh, Jagmeet's not even talking. What riding are we in? What riding is this? If we look at the polling, let's go back to 334. Or 338, sorry. I'm human. Beep, 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 beep. Human. What did Cave say? Shave the real wingnuts. I know! And listen to the majority of their bases. Where's the PPC? Projections. If we go to the projections, the Liberals have to be extremely extremely happy about this. Winning most seats. Where's the overtime? Vote projection, seat projection. Let's overtime. Look at this. Okay, 5 months ago, we were having like a conservative supermajority, right? The Conservative get north of 220, right? Like this number would have been 220. Look at at some point the Liberal Party, the Bloc, the Quebec, the province, the party that only is in Quebec would be the official opposition. That was January. I know nothing about politics. Again, the Bloc shouldn't be run federally. If the Blocs didn't run, if the Bloc didn't run federally, the Conservatives would never form government. Ever. To be honest. Because the Bloc is very, very left-leaning. Like, the Bloc is is more than the Liberals. So if the Bloc dissolved, most of the Bloc votes would go to a left-leaning party. No, it's not. Wait, you were here earlier. It's not doomed, and I think this is better than a Liberal majority, in my opinion. Oh shit! Everybody shut up. Speeches! Speech time.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's gonna go Jagmeet. Alright, speech time, you guys. He lost 16 seats and 11% of the vote.
We're good. Thank you.
He lost his seat.
Thank you. That was very nice, very sweet of you all. Thank you so much.
It's a tough night for him.
You're gonna get me all choked up here, guys. Got to keep it together here, folks. Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne.
Well, I mean,
she's been with us from the beginning.
Yeah.
Huge thank you.
It's still a toss-up between the Liberal and the Conservative.
So
he came third.
Thank you.
He came third in his riding.
And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. We love you all.
No, I voted for him twice.
And I know,
not him, but I voted NDP twice.
In election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada.
You know it's not a pink hat. Don't play dumb.
I want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central. Tonight they chose, thank you.
Yeah, he did. Trio.
Tonight they chose a new member of parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you.
No, Gordon, they mean...
Yeah.
That's what they mean.
Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do without a team. The volunteers, the staff, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time. Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table.
Okay, there's the Jack Layton at the table.
We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think that the establishment in the NDP, there's something going on
Honestly,
behind
I
the
gotta avoid
scenes
making
of the
eye
NDP
contact with
that we
certain
don't
people
know.
because then it's gonna get
I
too
like
emotional up
Jagmeet.
here. So I just made the mistake of doing
But
that.
there's
So I'm gonna look
something
away
going
now.
on behind the
You
scenes
know
of
who
the
you
NDP.
are.
They're
Don't look at me again.
internally.
Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement.
No.
I've
next
worked
week,
really
maybe,
hard to be worthy of this trust.
There's no way
to
PP
live up to the
stays
legacy of our movement.
There's no way.
Hold on a sec here, guys. Thank you.
He didn't win his seat.
One more sec.
He didn't even look at Bruce Vanjoy over 51%. No way.
Tonight, I've informed a party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point, give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, Kitten. She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple of years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm gonna give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because
he's such a good speaker. He's authentic.
Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for. That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughter, so I just get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both.
Yeah, the Conservatives don't. I don't think Pierre steps down tonight.
I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother, so big shout out to my brother, Krathen.
Like, he's got the charisma for the job, he's very likable, and he is very genuine, but there's like a disconnect.
And honestly, this may sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally couldn't have done this without my in-laws.
Like, they doxed.
They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here.
There was, not Jugmeat, but there was NDP candidates that doxed the owner of this website.
I wanted to like look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without
on
them.
social
Literally,
media.
If
They
you
campaigned
if you're a
against
parent,
strategic
you know how important
voting.
Your parents are, and your in-laws too. It turns out. So
They campaigned
huge
against
thank you.
it instead
They
of
supported us. They kept me
validating
grounded,
why people were
giving us
afraid.
great advice. I'm
Because
just so
people-
thankful to my family.
I
You
don't
can't do
wanna
this
talk
work
over him.
without great people, and you can't do
I
this
don't wanna talk
without
over
a great
him.
family supporting you. So thank you to my family.
Yeah.
I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit. I'm trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result will ever diminish that. So thank you to my my caucus, honestly, I'm so thankful to them all. We did some incredible work together. Seriously, every one of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I might break down this part too. Forgive me if I do. I can only do this, and we can only do this work because of a great staff. And y'all just poured your heart into me, into the work that we did. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, trio.
Center left is water here. This water is very strategically placed for me, so it's very, very lucky that I have. I might need a couple more glasses. So just,
Not him making the
if
Bo
anyone can
Burnham
help me out on
water
that,
joke.
that'd be great. Y'all brought your talent, your heart to the fight every day. We treat each other
People
with
literally
respect
said that
and dignity
yeah.
and with kindness, and I love you all.
Sad just because of what has become of the NDP party, because
all right,
I voted for them.
We're almost there, folks. I got a couple other things I really want to get off my chest here. One other thing is,
he doesn't bring
nothing's too spicy. It's just good stuff. I often speak about something my mom taught me. It's a Sikh teaching of Chardi Kala. And this is something fundamental to who I am.
He talks about his history,
and
but
it
never like was
the words break
imposing
down.
on.
Chardi means rising, and Kala means spirits. And it's something that is it captures a big part of who I am. And it's the idea that in the fight for justice, in the fight for fairness, in the fight that we fight, we want to have optimism in the face of struggle. We want to have a defiant optimism. It's like this eternal resilience. And this is the spirit that I carry tonight. Obviously, I'm disappointed that we could not win more seats. But I'm not disappointed in our movement. I'm hopeful for our party. I know that we will always choose hope over fear and optimism over despair and unity over hate. New Democrats literally built this country.
But everything else, yes. Yeah, Ben, you did. We're gonna have to have a very collaborative
Democrats
parliament.
Built this country. We have built the best of Canada, and we aren't going anywhere. Thank you so much. Love you all. You're amazing. Merci infiniment. Appreciate it so much. Appreciate you all so much. Thank you. You're amazing. Love you all. Every one of you. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I wonder if
okay,
Pierre
that is Jagmeet Singh. conceding, first of all, his own riding of Burnaby South, where he continues to be in third place, and announcing that he will step down as leader as soon as a new interim leader can be chosen. He was the leader of the NDP since 2017. Marina von Stackelberg is in the room there. Marina, obviously a very emotional room, and I must say, a very gracious speech by Jagmeet Singh tonight.
Yeah, this was really the worst case scenario for the NDP. This idea that Jagmeet Singh would not be able to hold on to his own.
We're just gonna pause. We're gonna mute it for a second. So, like, the NDP, I don't know if it was at his discretion or if it was, hey, Chris, if you're watching, you met that little tyke. But they campaigned and they doxed people who were working. This smart voting is not a government website. This is a third party. It's not related to any government. This is orchestrated by the people. It's like a strategic voting attempt. And I was very disappointed at the campaign that the NDP ran against strategic voting. The strategic voting, like, if it all went off without a hitch, the NDP would have had 12 seats. Still not great. Still a loss of seats. But it's a result of the current political climate. And there are people who wouldn't vote for him specifically because, you know, he wears a turban and whatnot. And it's so sad to see that happen to the party that I feel like, I know that, like, I felt most resonant with. I know. He can't help it. It makes me so sad. But, to be fair, that aside, I don't like that the campaign, I don't know if it's the internal strategists or whatnot, but they tried to connect with a bunch of these online political commentators, and then when the political commentators that were online, think of more like a leftist, like you know, like a very small, tiny Joe Rogan, right? Like a political commentator online. And then when they got a whole bunch of heat because the NDP wanted to use them for their platform, they kind of threw them under the bus. And they wouldn't back up the words and the words that were said by these interviews. Like Jagmeet could, on the debate stage, you know, would say the word genocide, right? But they don't back it up in practice. They don't back it up in their thoughts and actions. No, sorry, they don't back up what they're saying with actions. We have a lot of the concerns about smart voting if they just set options for quick turn re-elections for ridings where no party got more than 40% of the vote. So, like, yeah, like, a party needs more than well, if it needs more than 40% of the vote, cave, I mean, what happens to the conservatives, right? But we need to break up these massive voting blocks, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. The side-eye, yeah, I'm like, the NDP, the only thing I disagreed was the NDP building Canada. The NDP has worked with every government to build Canada, I would say. Oh yeah, if Justin didn't step down, I'm shocked the Liberal, I am shocked. Like, 2 months ago, like, I was talking about, we have, I'll unpause it or I'll unmute it when we get to the conservative. Like 2 months ago, I was talking, not 2 months ago, I should say like 5 months ago. Like, we're looking at like one of the strongest majorities that the conservatives have had. And now, look at where we're at. I'm actually surprised it's not, they put it at 85% chance of a Liberal majority. I'm pretty happy with they put it at 65% chance at a Liberal Party majority. So I'm honestly pretty happy about the Liberal minority. They'll have to work together. The NDP can't. So what's interesting about this, before we get to the conservative speech, is that the NDP and the Liberal Party can't unless the votes split out differently. It looks like the Liberals have picked up a couple of seats here, but the NDP and the Liberals can't push forward the legislation that they want together. They're going to need to work with the Bloc and the Green or the Conservatives. But we'll see. The Conservatives are probably, I'm so curious about what Pierre's going to say. I spoke to some Liberal voters and asked them why vote for that party. I wanted to get their thought process after COVID and trucker situation. What do you mean? Elaborate. There are two kind of factors. Trudeau did his best on his own, the negative aspects of the Liberal Party, but he would only do that because PP spent like 3 years stapling it to him. I feel like the Liberal Party, like I talked about, like Trudeau. Remember that viral 2015 moment when he said the reason why his cabinet was gender balanced was because he says it's 2015. It was like a viral moment back then. It's like he says like it's 2015 or whatever, 2016. And then I feel like that was what Trudeau thought about for 10 years. Like, he's like, great, check. I was progressive. I have a gender balanced cabinet. Boop. Progressive. And it's like, we did it. And they didn't they didn't move after that. They didn't think. All right, here we go. Who cares? Z,
really
this
a
is
vital part of the campaign to try and get
oh, interesting, a purple dress
and to show a more personal
okay.
side of
the
him.
Purple
Let me show
is
you
a
where
symbol of unity.
He's riding to Carleton
very interesting choice of
Remember,
dress.
Unusual things going on in
he
that
lost
riding
his
because of the longest ballot campaign. There are 91 people on the ballot, but Pierre Poilievre has not led once in the course of this evening in his own riding, and the Liberal there, Bruce Fanjoy, is ahead by more than 2,000 votes. So that is something to watch for sure. Not calling anything there.
Purple
but,
is an interesting dress choice.
Mr. Poilievre tonight.
Interesting. All right, let's hear.
Merci.
Berto Ben, because it's my stream. Is this your stream? Do you want to talk?
Dear
It's my stream. I can talk as much as I want.
Merci. I love you too. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's not me, it's
with
you.
Profound gratitude
Okay.
that I stand before you today at the moment of this historic election. Because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. Adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee. Stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future. After millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights. We could not be more proud. We could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. And speaking now of Anna,
that wasn't even me, Berto
I want
Ben.
to take a moment to thank
Gordon's
my
been able to
incredible
hang
wife.
out. We've had
She's been
great
by my
banter.
side. She's my rock. I love and cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life. You could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street.
Okay.
My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise.
You lost your seat. They're chanting Pierre.
Thank you.
But at the NDP, it's not. Well, it was Jagmeet,
To the
and then there was
candidates
NDP.
who ran under our banner
He
as
did pick
conservatives,
up
to the
20
volunteers who knocked on
The
the
party
doors,
picked up 20
made
seats.
phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned
Bradley,
money
calm the
to our
fuck down.
cause. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause.
This is
as
not
we
a
go
concession.
forward.
He's not. He said, "How are you going to fight? You're not in. You're." He's not elected.
It would be a great honor to continue to fight for you, because it has been an honor to be your voice, to fight for conservative values, the values for which you voted, and it will be an honor to continue to try and restore the promise of Canada, that anyone who works hard can have a great life in an affordable home, in a safe community. That is our vision, and we will bring it home.
Because Pierre was so strong about Carney being unelected.
To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote.
Did you?
Our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government.
So they have a ton of seats, but the Liberals picked up more. The Lulu's crazy. They'll be offered a seat.
And we did all of this in a very difficult environment.
That he lost he's been in that riding for over 20 years.
We are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by.
I don't think the Conservatives stand by him.
It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country.
Yeah, the Conservatives and the Liberals just tore apart the NDP. But the ridings that they picked up, like over here, the Conservatives gained this riding from the Green. There's no way they hold on to that in the next election.
Razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate
I can say, David, I never voted
Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree.
I don't think the Conservatives
but
stand
tonight we
him.
come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people
Do you think he's
from
wearing a wig,
all
Chat?
political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people.
Fair enough.
I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believe in the message of change. En tant que parti,
as a party, we have definitely expanded our support. Every single day, the Conservative caucus and myself will be working hard in Ottawa to force the government to account.
I know he wasn't making his personal, like he was saying, we're going to work forward. I don't know if the Conservative Party will keep him on as a leader. We'll see. He's well-spoken, yeah. Yeah, pure politician on questions, nothing waffle and redirect profile. Listen, hey, you know what? I'll take this that he can concede the election. You know what I mean? Comparative to he's not going the stolen election route. You know what I mean?
Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors.
I can't believe that that's the bar to clear,
small business owners and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home. Parents who
talk about my biological
would
clock.
never be able to move out of their home. Grandparents who saw their
David, that's actually not entirely true.
From the shortfalls of our economy.
In part, but they're kind of throwing all of the stuff at the wall. And you know who wanted Pierre in is India.
Touched my heart and gave me inspiration
to work towards something
government. Better. These people continue to need voices. And I will continue to fight for them
doesn't get a
every
security
day,
clearance
and every day
because
we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people.
Anyways. Hey, Gordon, I was saying at least he's saying he's going to work with when he has to.
We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed.
What's in
that
horizontal
change
chat?
did not get
David?
over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu.
Heard you, and I carried your stories with me throughout this campaign, and your stories will remain with me as I fight with my Conservative team to defend you and to advance your interests. To those who desperately need change, I know that you're disappointed. Change is difficult and it takes time, particularly because
the thing is, Pierre also was like afraid of reporters.
Stop.
He wasn't. He had a very
the people of Canada deserve that we continue to fight for them.
News experience.
And so,
he's not saying all the right things.
Tonight,
but I don't agree with him.
Working 2 jobs, but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account. For the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home. For the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks. For those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime.
I don't live in fear and terror.
For those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs
you
from the United
forgot
States
to
of
switch
America.
accounts.
For all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change, and we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much,
Not me,
Canada.
David.
Merci
I'm in that age
Canada.
group.
Yeah, we fight for what's right. We're wild and we're free from the mountains above us. And all you can see is more than just a...
Time will tell very quickly if Party's going to fall into more of the same or live up to being different. Yep. Is this a good, Nigel? It's not. It's good. I'm glad non-Canadian here. I'm glad that I'm glad that it's a minority government. I'm glad that it's not a liberal majority. He's connecting with so there's a very specific age. So there's a very specific age and gender discrepancy. And not discrepancy. He's very popular with men aged 25 to 40. And he is very unpopular with women around 25 to 40. And I think the Conservative Party, not just him, but the Conservative Party in general is. And so I feel like if the Conservative Party wants to do some soul searching, the Conservative Party needs to do some soul searching around why are they unpopular with women? And the NDP needs to do some soul searching, because the NDP is supposed to be the party of the union, the party of unions and workers' rights. And so Pierre is accurate in that a lot of the workers and the union and blue collar workers switched to the Conservatives. And so the NDP needs to analyze and do some soul searching about why they lost the worker vote, how to get back the worker vote. But I think that this election is just so predicated on the threat of Donald Trump and from the South that I'm just going to talk over the reporters, that the response about why we elected another liberal minority is because the conservative platform ran a platform that was too similar to Trump's campaign. There's a lot of people I'm going to talk over and we'll catch up with chat, but some of the conservative base was advocating for a like a Canadian version of Doge, and you know, kind of wanted to bring that sentiment over, and that is, I think this election shows, not popular. Mainstream news media is the enemy? No, David, it's really not. We need a multitude. It's not the enemy. We need a multitude of media sources, because David, a lot of our news sources are American owned, and I think we need to stay focused on having Canadian owned news media. Very popular, rich, and liberals used to be for the people, middle class, lower class, change all that. I think that like it's a wealth discrepancy. We have enabled corporations to skirt responsibility of paying their fair share of taxes, being responsible for their emissions and for their harming of the environment, and we've put that on to the individual. So the Conservative Party was running they basically plagiarized the Trump campaign for the last 2 years, and Canadians are like, we don't. I mean, to be fair, the share of the vote very close, but conservative government, I don't know. I don't think that the Conservatives are going to make much more gains. They won some ridings that they had no business winning. That being the two are Nanaimo and Kitchener that I like to point out. Interesting. If the we'll see. Minority governments often don't last 4 years, so we could be heading back to the polls in another 2 years. Who knows? It's not a lot. Okay, they're not saying, Gordon, we talked about this though. It's not a ban on abortion. Here's the thing. Danielle Smith wants to hand over the keys of the healthcare system to a Catholic organization. The Catholic Church fundamentally disagrees with abortion. And so if you hand over a healthcare system over to a religious organization, they are going to do everything within their power. It's not going to be a ban on the books, but it'll just be not accessible. And so there are a number of politicians in the conservative government, in the conservative, elected MPs, that have outwardly spoken about being against abortion. So the Conservatives don't have to ban abortion to make it inaccessible. And so that's why I wish the Conservatives had have that cohort of people that disagree with abortion, but don't make the whole let's say there's 20, right? 20 out of the 147, right? It will be looked down, frowned upon. Not only frowned upon, beds. In the example, so healthcare is a provincial mandate, not a federal one. Provincial mandate. That's why healthcare doesn't come up all that much. But the conservative federal government could work with the provincial government to make sure that these offices shut down, that they're improperly funded, tie it up with bureaucracy, so that these doctors and centers are unable to operate. There shouldn't be any you say there should be room for money and power in politics. David, there should also not be room for religion in politics. And I think that it's not an explicit it's an undercurrent in a lot of what the conservative platform talks about. It's not obvious. But the fact that the conservatives are trying to hold on to what power they have, and so they keep these very right-wing MPs Andrew Vierson tabled an abortion petition in government. My nieces go to Catholic school, teach trans identity. They have to follow government regulation. Yes, but they have to follow government regulation. But when when the government regulation, like, do you know about the scandal that Danielle Smith is going through? She fired the head before there's a commission that was investigating these contracts. Teaching kids sexual stuff at 6 years old, like, let them be kids. Okay, Beds. Here's an example. I'm actually, by the way, have they spoken yet? No, they haven't. Do you guys know, I hate coming out as a teacher, but I worked in a school system, okay? Here, consent is important to teach, and it doesn't have to be explicitly sexual. Here's a way I taught physical consent in a school system, okay? Grade 2. The students were leaving the classroom. They were having every day. They leave out the school, out the door. They can choose to like do a thumbs up, no hand-to-hand contact. They tell me thumbs up or thumbs down about how their day went. They could give me a fist bump, or they could give me a hug. And the kids told me physically, or they don't have to do anything that they don't want. That's teaching kids how to elaborate on their boundaries, how to show their boundaries. Kids are allowed to exercise their boundaries with adults. And that is something that is not explicitly taught. I come from a very conservative background, religious background. And as a child, what I learned in a church versus what I learned in a public school, I learned that in a public school that I was allowed to have boundaries around my physicality. In the church, I learned that my bodily boundaries did not matter when it came to myself as a child versus an adult. They're not teaching sexual stuff in the schools. That is a complete myth. The separation of church and state is how the country will stay free, but the problem is, David, there's an undercurrent of, and the liberals have it too. The liberals have it too. The NDP, I would actually say the Bloc is the most secular government party. However, obviously they're just for Quebec, to the point where I actually disagree with some of their policies. And the government can change regulations. Exactly. So legalize love. I mean, it's legal. It's legal. But I was talking about it earlier with Gordon, that like, I don't know where it's coming from about the conservatives. I don't think it's Pierre's opinion. I don't think it's a lot of the more urban conservatives, because like I feel like there's a difference between an urban conservative typically and a rural conservative. However, like the Easter Sunday that I experienced, I went to visit my parents, and the experience that I had there was that the church was excited because they thought, I don't know where they're hearing it from, and I think that they were truly misinformed, because I don't think that Pierre would have gone so far. I know that Pierre wouldn't have gone so far, but this church thought that Pierre was going to be taking back gay marriage, right? Pierre was going to be going against trans people. That's a whole other debate, but I can talk about what I experienced. And this church body was super excited because the conservatives were going to be rolling back gay marriage. And I'm like, where is this coming from? Where are they learning this from? Church and state often... Okay, Henry Rice, what are you talking about? Yeah, ban that. Ban that. Ban that. Often follows the right, but by no means conservative. Rage-based stir up engagement. People... honestly, give people an enemy, an extreme view slide. Absolutely. I think that, like... the reason I'm surprised they're not speeching yet. But the conservative, the thing that worked against the conservative favor in this election was that Trump was an external source, an external enemy, and so Pierre ran his platform for 1 year and 10 months against Trudeau. Pierre was running his platform against an internal enemy of Trudeau. And then the last month of this campaign and the last 3 months has been, oh no, there's now an external enemy, and Pierre's team here couldn't pivot to, oh, the Liberal Party isn't the enemy, it's Trump. Random noises, thank you, Slim. A lot of people haven't watched Pierre's speeches. He wants to ban abortion, main speech, but it pushed a lot of the Liberals. But then the people who are watching his speeches, where are they getting this? Because it's very tangible. It was a large group of people that were like, Pierre's going to ban gay marriage. Where does that come from? Yeah, we're not joining America, but you know, you could become our 11th, all of America become our 11th province. We'll just take all of the guns away. Sexual stuff, pushing, oh, sorry, Gordon, I was responding not to you about the teaching kids consent, because often people are saying they're teaching sexual things in school. They're teaching consent in school. Consent doesn't have to be at a young age explicitly sexual. It's just teaching kids boundaries over their bodies. So that's what I was referencing. But, so they're pushing values like Catholics would never push books about two dads and stuff. Exactly. Well, they're not pushing books, but they would ban it. They would ban it, absolutely. Oh, Canadian, you're fine to teach that at home, or you can send your kid to a private school that can teach your kids that. However, in the public system needs to be best for the most amount of people. Proper infrastructure, I have no issue being, I have no issue anyone being what they want to be, but I have no issue being. Listen, we're not gonna get into that debate at the moment. That being said, the most safe I've felt. There is no it's all gender bathrooms. This is an inclusive community, absolutely. Conservatives vote very no messing up with abortion, give credit. Well, so okay, let's listen. Wait, this is his wife.
Over the past few weeks, Mark and I have had the enormous privilege of meeting so many people across this great country.
Wait, they sent out his wait, okay, she's like the preamble?
We've been energized by the passion, the commitment, and the kindness and belief that we have encountered. Not to mention the beauty and diversity of this amazing
I've seen
country.
him shut it down, Gordon.
As we've traced a path
I've seen the clips.
From winter into spring. Through all this, I've watched my husband listen and learn. I've watched him inspire confidence and take on new skills. But most of all,
I know it's his wife.
This is true to what he's always been.
Atypical.
Consistent, compassionate, loyal, and driven by an exceptionally strong set of values.
The libs are they're picking up seats. 65.
He's thoughtful, respectful, and honest.
I was just filling up
I think and hope
the time
that you now have come to appreciate that alongside his capacity for dealing with
Gordon,
the
I've
most
seen
serious
it.
of matters, he has a great mind for trivia, a wicked sense of
He
humor,
says they will
and
not
a wonderful
legislate.
smile.
They will not legislate a ban. There are other ways to restrict
since
access.
Our very first date, back when we were young grad students, when we went to that dinner, and he said to me,
I think she keeps looking at
the
him.
Conversation, and he said to me, "I want you to know
This is
I'm
atypical.
committed to move back to Canada and to work in the public service." So here we are.
I don't think this is me. Dr. Carmichael.
As his partner, I could not be more proud of him. And as a Canadian, I'm so thankful.
I think
that the
Dr.
man I
Carmichael,
met more than 30
if
years
Trump had
ago
just
has
shut the
held tight
fuck
to
up
that
for a little
strong
bit,
commitment to service.
Pierre still had a shot.
I'm lucky to have him. We're lucky to have him now more than ever.
But Trump was way
Without
too
further
strong.
adu,
Came on
it's
way
my
too
great
strong.
pleasure to introduce
I mean,
my
I'm
husband,
happy about
the
it,
Prime
but-
Minister who will make Canada strong. And Canada
I think it's the live stream. It's not me. There's other ways I think they could have done it. So I know that Pierre said he wasn't going to legislate or ban abortion, but there's other ways to go about it that aren't like on the books. There are other subversive ways to do it. If you've got a video title, I can look it up easy though. I like. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna refresh the live stream. Shut up. I know, Dr. Carmichael, but you're saying we're gonna get an ad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to refresh because the stream was lagging. Carmichael, so that's what I'm saying is he had it, like, if he had just been quiet for a little bit, I think that I don't like it. He would have had a shot.
Ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer, je voudrais féliciter.
Before I begin,
according to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal,
on their campaign and all the work that they did.
He plucked his eyebrows.
I want to thank them for their service to Canada, now and in future.
I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I noticed his remarks. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May, who will be returning.
Oh, no.
François Blanchet.
It's not me.
And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do.
You know what I did find weird,
tonight,
Gordon, is that
simply would not have been
the campaign leader of
without you.
Pierre Poilievre is his ex-girlfriend.
without
Did you know that?
the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day.
Anyways. Oh my god. Liberals, get your live stream together.
I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the ballot from all parties. Thank you for standing up to serve our country at this critical time. And for those who were elected, particularly those Liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together.
Yeah, Max, you can use he, him pronouns if you like. Go for it.
Bruce. I'm Bruce, yes, Bruce Fanshawe.
I don't
I'm
care.
looking forward to working with Bruce Fanshawe. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr.
It's TV makeup.
Je tiens
Yeah.
à remercier
Of course,
les milliers de
I want to
bénévoles
thank the
ici ce
thousands of
soir et à
volunteers
travers le pays
who are
qui
here
ont
tonight
donné de
and
leur
across
temps
the country
pour
that gave
cogner
their
au port,
time
pour faire des appels,
so that
pour échanger
have to keep
avec
an eye
nos
on him.
voisins.
I can handle Max.
to Canadians,
de
who
leur
spoke to
communauté.
Canadians, who spoke to their neighbors, who made the calls,
Un gouvernement fort.
the people who worked so hard so that we could have Canada strong.
You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country.
Santa Claus.
But big changes
Google
guided by
rewrites history. I
strong
mean, they changed the
Canadian
names
values.
of places according to the
Values
will
that I
mail.
learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and
Oh, the
Verla,
dinner table.
and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings,
I can't tell
Brenda,
from the
Sean,
number.
and
Hill
Brian.
Dragon, it's not bad. It's fine.
Values that I learned on the ice
We're
from
gonna
my
have
coaches.
hopefully a very
Values
collaborative
that have been
government.
reinforced as I've met with
I'm happy to
Canadians
see
across this
they're going to
great
have to work
country.
together, although the Liberal and the NDP
And
are
those include 3
closing.
values that I want to highlight this evening.
I mean, the
Humility.
Liberal Party picked up 11
Canada,
seats.
after
The
all.
Liberal Party and the Conservative
Ambition.
Party ate the Green
It's
Party.
Canada,
Or,
after
sorry,
all.
ate the NDP.
And unity, it's Canada. I love you. Right back, right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister.
He needs
you
to.
Betcha.
Too many people piping
well,
up.
You have to judge after this next section because I am going to begin. I am going to begin with the value of humility.
The National Decent Party.
And by admitting that I have much to be humble about. That's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes, and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly.
What do you mean, who's saying how about
always
what, David?
Learning from them. You know, humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties across Parliament, of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories.
Thank you.
And with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing
David, can you
that one
say
of the
popcorn real quick?
responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warning for months, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country.
They need to contain this crowd.
Never.
But you know.
These are not idle threats.
I mean, I agree, but
President Trump is trying to break
David.
us so that America.
I don't know if that tested
can
your
own
bot or
us.
not, but
That will never ever happen.
do a super chat or get banned. I like how Hill Dragon's thinking.
But we also must recognize
I like that Hill
the
Dragon.
reality that our world has fundamentally changed.
After his speech, we're ending
There's
stream.
also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. You know, during this short campaign,
it's like 70 votes.
I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times, even though
this riding flipped back.
we're Liberals. It's
the
tough.
Liberal took
it's
it from
tough
the
out
NDP.
there. I grew up there, but I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne, plusieurs Québécois et Québécoises
throughout this campaign,
ouvert leurs portes, m'ont
Quebecers
accordé
opened
leur
their doors
confiance.
to me and gave me their
J'en suis
confidence.
profondément touché,
And
et je vous
I have been
en
deeply
remercie.
touched by that. And I want to
langue
thank you.
française.
That is incredible.
La langue française.
That
The
voter
French
turnout is
language.
atrocious.
Quebec culture are at the very center of Canadian identity. They define this country, the country that I
What's
love so
fascinating
much.
is the voter,
And I will
the
defend
vote share
them
that
tirelessly.
Pierre got would have gotten him a super majority in any other time. The last book him in.
With my
Got a
team of
crash,
Quebec
Cave?
members of
Good
Parliament
night.
that you have just
Good night,
sent
Cave.
to Ottawa, we will ensure that
Happy
Quebec
gas,
will
Valiant,
continue
you're right.
to
I want to
prosper
play I want to experience the happy
within a
gas in
strong
Minecraft. I love
Canada.
Minecraft. Vacuum sales? I mean, he sold more than vacuums, but
whether
Pierre doesn't have a job to go back to, David.
in Fort Mac,
He's never held a
or
public job. He rumored
an
did a
accountant
paper
from Toronto,
route. He
or
could
a
go
worker
do a paper route
from
again.
Quebec. My government
Celeste, this is
will
the
work
Canadian
for
election.
all of you.
As we
Shut the
come
fuck
here
up!
After this most consequential election.
Wait, Hill Dragon,
Let's
I
put
gotta.
an end.
Hill Dragon!
Let's put an end to the division and anger of the past.
Hill Dragon! I gotta give you $2. I gotta give you money.
And my government will work
Ethan,
for
thank you for
and
the
with
$2.79.
everyone.
Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks for the super chat.
I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious.
I don't think so, Will.
And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of a united Canada. Because we are going to build, baby, build.
I don't like that. I mean, I don't like the sloganeering.
Exactly.
I like the concept of building. I don't like the build, baby, build. That was weird.
I'm
crashing too, Violet. Come on.
We're building now. We've gotten over that bit. Throughout our history, there have been turning points.
Hey, listen, not to quote Pierre Poilievre, but bring it home.
When the world's fortunes
bring the
were in
speech home.
balance.
That's all I'm saying.
That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time,
I cooked after Philip
Canada
Frank called
chose
him PM
to
before the
step up,
election day.
to assert
he
ourselves
is. He is
as
the
a
prime
free,
minister.
sovereign,
He
and
was and
ambitious
is the
nation,
prime minister.
to lead the path of democracy and freedom.
I know, drill
And
baby drill. So
because
the thing
we are
is,
Canadian,
Nigel, Pierre
to do
also
so
said drill baby
with
drill.
compassion and generosity.
And so he's saying that in response to Pierre saying drill baby drill.
We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over.
Yeah.
The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. These are tragedies, but it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take it. Somebody needs to stop this lady.
We have to look out for ourselves. And above all, we have to take care of each other. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations.
What do you think is okay? Who is Mark Carney's?
With our full knowledge that we have many, many other options.
I know that lady is bugging
in the
me.
United States to build prosperity for all Canadians. Nous allons.
Okay, Mark Carney's Pokemon. Who is it?
We will strengthen our relations with reliable partners in Europe, Asia, and elsewhere. And if the United States no longer wants to be in the forefront of the global economy, Canada will.
His French is surprisingly better than we thought it was.
We are masters in our own home. We will build millions of housing units. We will become an energy superpower. We will provide good careers in skilled trades and one economy, not 13.
Because
Mewtwo,
this is Canada, and we decide what happens here.
I can still hear her. She's like, all right.
We will.
His French is surprisingly good.
And act bigger. Your phone's ringing. Sorry, just okay. All right. Just
this is like.
It's okay. That might be important. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber.
That's Pierre. That's Pierre. He's an attack dog.
It's time to build new trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and indigenous
this is Maxime
peoples.
Bernier.
It's time to
This
build
is Maxime Bernier.
hundreds of thousands
100%.
of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades.
Ethan, because I talk about Pokemon.
It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy.
There you go.
And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change.
And so for you're right.
We will build one Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is,
the guy behind,
that
yeah,
we
I know.
can give ourselves
He's going through
far
something
more than
behind
the
him.
Americans can ever take away.
Why does he look like he's
But
like
even given
hiding?
that, I want to be clear.
Something's going on there.
The coming days and months will be challenging.
Lex, I don't know what you're talking
They will
about.
call for some sacrifices. But we
Lex,
will
I don't know
share
what you're,
those
I don't know what you're
sacrifices
yapping on about.
by supporting our workers and our businesses.
What was Maxime's?
Les défis devant nous
Well, he
sont
didn't win it.
intimidants.
The challenges
Et c'est normal.
ahead
Les grands changements.
will be
We didn't
difficult.
even hear from Maxime
But that
Bernier,
is
which is
clear.
hilarious.
Major changes such as the ones we're seeing are always concerning. We have a long way to go, but I'm confident. I'm confident. I trust you, and I have confidence in all of Canada.
Because
I come from
Canada is more than a nation.
the most secular
We are, and we always will
country,
be a
the most secular
confederation.
section of our
A
country
sacred
in the
set
world.
of ideas and ideals built
Very
on
not about
practical
religion here.
foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things
I'm flat
we
Earth.
do things because they're right, not because they're easy.
This is an Elder Scrolls straight from the
That
way.
we see kindness
You think
as
you
a
got 5?
virtue,
What's his writing?
not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to
We're
Gander,
listening.
where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation.
That's interesting.
I sat down with two of the many heroes of the time, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie.
Oh, Maxime
who wrote,
Bernier.
"Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness." That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know. That virtue is like a muscle that
It
grows
feels like,
with its
anyways,
exercise.
we're separating
We
ourselves
become
from the
just by
Americans.
doing just acts,
Anyways,
brave
so
by doing
9/11
brave
is
acts.
so weird. It's
When
so,
we are
like,
kind,
oh, anyways,
kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows.
All right. Yeah. I think he can get it. It seems like he was getting along well with the
over our
vlog.
history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions,
He takes
despite
really
a
weird
sometimes
pauses.
hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans. United, we have confronted our own past with Indigenous peoples.
What's my favorite
Unis,
conspiracy theory?
nous avons bâti
Avril
un
Lavigne
pays qui rassemble
We
is a
built a
replacement.
country that brings together languages and cultures and beliefs that are
Oh yeah,
different.
100%.
We built
I agree.
critical cultural
Bruh.
institutions
I agree.
such as CBC, Radio-Canada.
Oh yeah.
United, we have
Pierre
created
kept talking about defunding the
universal public
CBC.
health care. And now,
Are
in
you
the face of
referring
this
to me,
crisis,
Gordon?
United, we are buying Canadian. We are exploring everything this country has to offer. We are supporting our
He
friends and
takes
neighbors
weird pauses, yeah.
in the crosshairs
I
of
think
President Trump through a crisis
some of
that
the
we
weird
did not
pauses
create.
are in the same way that
United,
I
we
take
will
weird
win
pauses
this
when I
trade
like
war
need to
and
get
build
past
the strongest
something.
economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone.
Oh, me, okay. Oh, she is in like Avril. Yeah, Avril the
In recent
replacement.
months, Canadians have done their part. They came together to defend our country and our way of life, who we are. And I know that when we are threatened, we will fight.
Fight back with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will protect our workers and businesses, and above all, we will build an independent future for our great country. A future that makes the greatest country on the earth even better. Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much, Miss.
Oh, I liked Blake Desjardins. That's sad. I liked Blake Desjardins.
Okay, a very happy Mark Carney, Prime Minister Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, now elected to that office, given that he also won his own riding of Nepean. Talking about his own humility and the ambition that the country needs right now, and reaching out across the country and across the aisle, talking about the millions of people that wanted a different outcome, saying that
he's not leftist enough, but hey, listen, it's not pee-pee. I believe in the conspiracy theory that all conspiracies are true. Damn, that's, you know what, commitment. So you believe we're a flat earth on a turtle. It's not pee-pee. And honestly, I was saying, I wanted a minority government because the Greens, because I don't shy away. I prefer, like, public ownership. I'm very, like, left-leaning. I prefer, so it's so funny that Pierre says they're going to hold the government to account, when it's, like, at the point right now, like, the NDP can work with the Liberal government, but, better than conservatives. Yeah, not gonna lie. I just tuned out his entire... I know, he's not the most fascinating. I mean, Jagmeet is so... he just had... I don't know. I liked his speaking. I don't think we heard from Ease. Or at least I didn't see his speech. And we didn't get a speech from the Greens. I mean, the only seat the Greens held on to, obviously, is Saanich. It's no surprise there. I mean, it's so sad about Kitchener. Over here, Mike Morris. That was a surprise hiccup the other time, the last election, but I think what we see here is this riding, Kitchener Center is going to be very disappointed. Was that the same time as Jagmeet's? Oh, got you. They do that sometimes. But I mean, it's interesting. Did he step down? But this riding, Kitchener Center, it's going to be very 34% of the vote versus, you can see, you know, 33.4, 29%. I mean, the NDP, if the NDP candidate wasn't running here, Mike Morris would have gotten in 100%. 100%. I wonder when the last two leaders lost their seat. Well, both Jagmeet and Pierre lost their seat. So I don't know where Pierre goes. It's interesting because Pierre was the incumbent here for a very long time. Like, how long? Pierre was in there for, I think it was close to 20 years, right? So I feel like there's going to be some internal discussions whether Pierre stays on as leader. It might not be his choice or not. Who knows? What was that? Hold on, I just saw something weird. Oh, it was weird. The screen moving. I'm like, there's no way there's a green seat over there. Anything interesting going on in Saskatoon? No. Very clear. Winnipeg. Whoa. Yeah. Okay. And then NDP hold, Liberal gain from Conservative. Hold. It's always the urban ridings, right? See, the Conservatives ate up the NDP just as much as the Liberals did. All right. This is Canadians. Yes, Havoc. Yeah, we're gonna build the wall. We're gonna build a wall. And the US is gonna pay for it. Oh my god. Alright, you guys. Alright, you guys. That was a lot. It's late. I don't think it's 10. It's almost 11 o'clock, you guys. This is crazy. Alright, I can't believe Slim, I couldn't listen. I'm giving my speech now. Slim, can we thank Slim in chat? I couldn't have done this without you. Cheers to Slim. Thank you for being a great chat moderator. Taking up the mantle. Shout out to Slim. Shout out to my opponents who are against the concept of me having real hair. I will do my best in these upcoming 4 years to prove to you that I am wearing real hair. And I promise, you know, for unity in this chat, I will not cause division between YouTube and Twitch. I'm here to unite YouTube and Twitch, and even potentially TikTok if we bring them on board. And I am thankful for you tuning in to my vision of live streaming. How did I do? Did I learn from them? Did I learn from the politicians well enough? Shout out to everybody on YouTube. You know what? Gordon, like, and other people who are more conservative and not trolls, hanging out, listening to a dissenting opinion. And, you know what? Shout out Fairy for supporting and keeping Slim in check. Absolutely. It's real hair. Is it your hair? No, I stole it from Rob Clever Pig. The Clinton thumb. I Pokemon gone to the polls, baby. I'm gonna sleep in. And, we all, little by little, we all learn. For sure. And I think that, no, it's the Twitter, the people saying Canada is over and turning the flag upside down is crazy. More of the status quo, I suppose, but Pierre is not the change that Canada wants. And with that, can we switch? Can we switch to what? You can't use GIFs, but you can use emotes. I would take Pierre over who's there's now. You mean you take Pierre in the US? You want Pierre in the United States, is what you're saying? Chicken soup! Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Okay, Google, what's 79 in French? Alexa, what's 79 in French? Hey Siri, what's 79 in French? Or anything else? Hell yeah. French. It's the French version of ranch. French. Yeah, I'm sorry we sent you Ted Cruz. Yeah, apologies about that. Alright, 79. Good night, you guys. Streaming on Wednesday. We're playing Baldur's Gate 3 on Wednesday. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for... I was nervous at the beginning there. I was nervous. The initial polling numbers were worried. Thanks for hanging out, Justice. Thanks for deep dicking in the pussy hole. Can't believe it was on that long. Alright, guys. Good night, Razzie. Good night, everybody. And, basically, nothing's changing. R.I.P. in peace. Jugmeat. Love you, bro. Oh my god. Bye! I don't think I've ever streamed this late. This is wild. Bye. Hold on. I'll leave you with one last thing. Hold on. Where is it? I'd like to buy a vowel. What are we getting? What are we getting? It's a gotcha. What are we getting? Oh, hell yeah. Hold on. I'm coming back. Heck yeah. I know you can still hear me. This is the end.
I have a...
Bye, guys.
I have a... I have...
Bye, Wig Frost. Get the fuck out of here. You crazy. Great way to end. Bev's kind of messed up. There you go. Mison, get the fuck out of here. I'm banning you. Bye.